Good evening. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of barbecue, from the first controlled fires in East Africa 1.8 million years ago to the backyard grills and smokehouses of modern America. It's a story that spans continents and millennia, revealing how an ancient survival technique became one of the most beloved culinary traditions in the world. This is how cooking meat over fire transformed from basic sustenance into cultural identity. If you enjoy these deep dives into history, hit that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world late at night or early morning for these journeys into the past. Phone face down, volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The story begins not in Texas or Carolina, not in any smokehouse or backyard, but in the East African Rift Valley, where our earliest ancestors first learned to control something that had terrified every living creature for millions of years: fire. Somewhere around 1.8 million years ago, early hominids, likely Homo erectus, made a discovery that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of human evolution. They learned that fire could be contained, directed, and used. We don't know exactly how it happened. Perhaps a grass fire swept through camp, leaving behind cooked animals. Perhaps someone brave or desperate enough picked up a smoldering branch and carried it back to shelter. What we know from archaeological evidence is that by 1.5 million years ago, our ancestors were deliberately maintaining fires, and at some point in that vast expanse of prehistory, someone placed meat near those flames and discovered it wasn't just edible. It was better. The earliest confirmed evidence of controlled fire use comes from Wonderwork Cave in South Africa, where archaeologists have found burned bones and plant ash in layers dated to approximately 1 million years ago. The cave sits in the Kalahari Desert, and in those ancient sediment layers, you can see the story: deliberate hearths, burned materials, and the remnants of meals. These weren't accidental burns. Someone built these fires. Someone maintained them. Someone cooked with them. By 400,000 years ago, the evidence becomes abundant. At Qesem Cave in Israel, archaeologists discovered a series of hearths used repeatedly over thousands of years. The cave shows evidence of systematic fire use, with dedicated cooking areas and the charred remains of large game animals, fallow deer, wild cattle, horses. The inhabitants weren't just opportunistically scavenging and cooking. They were hunting, butchering, and preparing meat with intention and method. What happened when that first piece of meat met fire changed everything. The application of heat triggered a cascade of chemical reactions that transformed muscle tissue at the molecular level. Proteins denatured and became easier to digest. Tough collagen broke down into gelatin. Fats rendered and flavors concentrated. The Maillard reaction, that complex interaction between amino acids and sugars, created entirely new compounds that had never existed in raw meat, producing the browned, savory crust we still prize today. From a purely biological standpoint, cooked meat was revolutionary. Raw meat requires tremendous energy to digest, and much of its nutritional value remains locked in tough fibers. our stomachs struggle to break down. Cooked meat delivers more calories with less digestive effort. Protein becomes more bioavailable. Harmful bacteria and parasites are destroyed. Some researchers believe this nutritional boost from cooking allowed our ancestors to develop larger, more energy-hungry brains. Whether cooking caused larger brains or larger brains enabled better cooking remains debated, but the two clearly evolved together. The flavor transformation mattered too, though we often overlook this in discussions of early human development. Our ancestors didn't just tolerate cooked meat for its nutritional advantages, they preferred it. The savory depth, the textural contrast between crusty exterior and tender interior, the reduced chewiness, the complex aromas rising from the fire. These weren't mere bonuses. They were powerful motivators that reinforced the behavior, ensuring each generation would continue the practice. Early cooking methods were necessarily simple, but surprisingly varied. The most direct approach was to place meat directly on or near flames, turning it occasionally until the exterior charred and the interior cooked through. This produced results quickly, but with limited control. Burned outsides and raw centers were common problems. Still, for a hungry band of hunter-gatherers, this method worked well enough. Stone cooking offered more sophistication. Our ancestors learned that certain stones, when heated in fire and then placed in contact with meat or dropped into water, transferred heat more evenly and controllably than direct flame. Archaeological sites across Africa, Europe, and Asia contain evidence of deliberately heated stones used for cooking. Some sites show organized arrangements suggesting dedicated cooking areas used generation after generation. Ember cooking represented perhaps the most refined technique available to ancient peoples. After a fire burned down, the hot coals and ash provided a more moderate, even heat than active flames. Meat could be placed directly on embers or wrapped in leaves and buried beneath them. This method required patience, something our ancestors clearly possessed, but produced remarkably tender results as meat cooked slowly in its own juices, protected from direct heat by the ember blanket. By 40,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans had spread across Africa, Europe, and Asia, and everywhere they went, they brought fire and the knowledge of cooking. But interestingly, they didn't all cook the same way. Despite the universal human relationship with fire and meat, different groups in different environments developed distinct approaches shaped by available resources and cultural preferences. In regions with abundant wood, large fires and direct flame cooking predominated. In areas where fuel was scarce, coastal regions, steppes, tundra, people became experts at efficient heat management, using smaller fires, hot stones, and ember cooking to maximize every bit of available fuel. Coastal peoples developed methods for cooking fish and shellfish that differed from inland techniques for large game. The types of meat available shaped cooking methods too. Mammoth or woolly rhinoceros required different approaches than small game. Fish demanded more delicate heat than wild cattle. Each region's fauna influenced local cooking traditions, creating the earliest versions of what we might call regional styles. Evidence from sites across prehistoric Europe shows sophisticated cooking practices by the time of the Neanderthals, who thrived from about 400,000 to 40,000 years ago. Analysis of their teeth reveals chemical signatures of cooked meat consumption. Their campsites show organized hearths and patterns suggesting specific areas designated for food preparation. These were not primitive brutes burning meat randomly. They were skilled practitioners of ancient culinary techniques passed down through countless generations. In East Asia, sites dating back 20,000 years reveal evidence of pottery used for cooking, suggesting that by this time, humans had moved beyond direct fire methods to experiment with containers that allowed for boiling and more complex preparations. But the fundamental relationship with fire-cooked meat remained central. By the time agriculture emerged around 10,000 BCE, marking the boundary between prehistory and early civilization, humans had been cooking meat over fire for well over 1,000,000 years. It wasn't a recent innovation or a clever discovery of the agricultural revolution. It was ancient, ingrained, fundamental to what it meant to be human. This matters because when we fire up a grill today, we're not engaging in some modern American invention. We're participating in the oldest continuous cooking tradition in human history. The biological response you have to the smell of meat cooking over flames, the increased salivation, the sense of anticipation, the deep satisfaction. These are ancient, evolved responses shaped by 1,000,000 years of your ancestors' experience. Every culture that emerged during the Neolithic period and into early civilization already possessed sophisticated fire cooking knowledge. The Sumerians in Mesopotamia, the Egyptians along the Nile, the Indus Valley civilizations, the early Chinese cultures, all inherited techniques refined over tens of thousands of years. They would each take this foundation and build upon it, developing the regional variations and cultural meanings that would eventually converge in what we now call barbecue. As human societies transitioned from small mobile bands to larger settled communities, cooking over fire gained new dimensions beyond mere sustenance. It became social, ceremonial, a marker of community identity. But those developments were built on this ancient foundation: fire, meat, heat, time, and the transformation that occurs when they come together. The discovery our ancestors made in that African Rift Valley, that fire and meat could combine to create something greater than either alone, would echo forward through every subsequent chapter of human history. Those first cooks couldn't have known they were establishing a tradition that would one day span the globe, that would become central to cultures not yet imagined, that would still be practiced in fundamentally similar ways millions of years into their future. But they were. And understanding this deep history helps us understand why barbecue means so much today. It's not just food. It's not just tradition. It's a direct connection to the oldest human cultural practice we still maintain. As the ice ages came and went, as humans spread to every continent except Antarctica, as languages diverged and cultures developed unique identities, this knowledge traveled with them. And in each new place, in each new climate, among each new people, the fundamental technique would adapt and evolve, shaped by local conditions and cultural values. These regional variations, developing over thousands of years across continents, would eventually begin to interact and influence each other. And that's where our story truly begins to take shape. By the time writing systems emerged and human societies began recording their histories, cooking meat over fire had already been refined through countless generations of practice. Between 500 BCE and 500 CE, the great civilizations of the ancient world each developed sophisticated techniques that reflected their environments, their values, and their understanding of how heat, time, and smoke could transform food. What had begun as a universal human practice was now diverging into distinct regional traditions, each with its own methods, equipment, and cultural significance. In Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where some of humanity's first cities arose, cooks worked with an environment of clay, reeds, and scarce timber. The solution they developed would influence cooking across the Middle East for millennia: the Tanner oven. Archaeological evidence from sites dating back to 3000 BCE shows these distinctive beehive-shaped clay structures, but by the classical period, they had become refined and ubiquitous. A tanner wasn't quite an oven in the modern sense, and wasn't quite an open fire either. It was something in between, a vertical clay cylinder, often buried partially underground for insulation, with an opening at the top for fuel and food and a smaller opening at the base for airflow. Workers built fires inside using dried dung, wood, or charcoal, heating the thick clay walls until they radiated intense heat. The design was ingenious for a region where fuel efficiency mattered enormously. For cooking meat, Mesopotamian cooks developed two primary techniques with the tanner. They could skewer meat and suspend it vertically inside, where it would roast in the radiant heat from the walls while drippings fell harmlessly into the ash below. Or they could press marinated meat directly against the scorching interior walls, where it would cook quickly, developing a charred exterior while remaining tender inside. Both methods produced results impossible to achieve over an open fire: intense, even heat with minimal fuel consumption. But Mesopotamians didn't rely solely on tanner cooking. For larger gatherings and ceremonial occasions, they also practiced open fire roasting on a scale that would seem familiar to anyone who's attended a modern barbecue. Cuneiform tablets from ancient Babylon describe royal feasts where whole sheep and cattle were roasted over open pits, basted with oil and herbs, cooked for hours while servants tended the fires. The tablets even record disputes between cooks over proper techniques, an ancient version of the arguments that still rage today about correct barbecue methods. Across the Mediterranean, Greek civilization developed its own distinctive approach. By the 5th century BCE, Greek city-states had perfected the art of spit roasting, a method that prioritized even cooking and the development of a crisp, flavorful exterior. Greek cooks used long metal or wooden spits to suspend meat over carefully managed fires, rotating the meat constantly to ensure uniform heat exposure. The Greek symposium, those famous drinking parties where philosophers debated and poets recited, typically featured spit-roasted meats as central elements of the feast. But the real innovation was in the equipment and technique. Archaeological excavations of Greek homes reveal specialized androns, or men's dining rooms, equipped with permanent fixtures for spit roasting. These weren't casual cookouts. They were sophisticated culinary operations requiring skill and attention. Greek cooks understood that distance from the fire mattered enormously. Place meat too close and the exterior burns before the interior cooks. Too far away and it takes forever, drying out the meat. They learned to adjust height and heat throughout the cooking process, starting higher and cooler, then moving closer to finish with a crisp exterior. They basted with olive oil, wine, and honey mixtures, both for flavor and to prevent drying. The Romans, inheriting Greek techniques and expanding them across their vast empire, took spit roasting to new heights of elaboration. Roman cooks developed mechanical spits turned by servants, or in wealthy households, by small dogs running in wheels, an ancient form of rotisserie. The steady, automated rotation ensured even cooking and freed the cook to focus on fire management and basting. Roman cookbooks that survive from this period, particularly Apicius's collection from the 1st century CE, describe complex marinades and cooking methods. For wild boar, a popular item at Roman feasts, cooks would marinate the meat in wine, honey, and garum, that ubiquitous fermented fish sauce, then roast it slowly over moderate fires, basting frequently. The result was meat that was tender, deeply flavored, and presented dramatically at table. But Romans also practiced larger-scale outdoor cooking for public events and military campaigns. Roman legions on campaign cooked over open fires, and the techniques they spread throughout the empire influenced local traditions everywhere Rome ruled. In Britain, Gaul, Hispania, and North Africa, Roman cooking methods mixed with indigenous practices, creating hybrid traditions that would persist long after the empire fell. Halfway across the world, Chinese civilization was developing entirely different approaches to cooking meat with fire and smoke. By the Han Dynasty, which roughly paralleled the Roman Empire in time, Chinese cooks had refined pit cooking and smoking techniques that would become fundamental to their culinary tradition. Chinese pit cooking involved digging earth ovens, sometimes shallow, sometimes quite deep, lining them with stones, building massive fires to heat the stones, then layering in marinated meats wrapped in leaves, covering everything with earth, and allowing the food to cook slowly over hours or even days. The method produced extraordinarily tender results, as meat essentially braised in its own juices within the sealed, humid environment. Archaeological evidence from Han Dynasty sites shows purpose-built cooking pits near settlements, suggesting this wasn't an occasional technique, but a regular practice. The Chinese also developed early smoking methods, hanging meat in enclosed structures above smoldering fires made from specific woods chosen for their flavor properties. This wasn't just about cooking, it was about preservation. Smoking meat in ancient China served a crucial practical purpose in a time before refrigeration. Properly smoked meat could last months, allowing communities to preserve the bounty from successful hunts or from animals slaughtered before winter. But Chinese cooks noticed that different woods produced different flavors. Fruit woods imparted sweetness. Hardwoods produced deeper, earthier tones. This knowledge passed between generations, refined over centuries. The Chinese also developed char siu during this period, the practice of roasting marinated pork with a sweet glaze over an open fire, or in specialized ovens. While the technique would continue evolving over subsequent centuries, its foundations were laid during the classical period, showing how cooking methods and flavor preferences became embedded in cultural identity. Meanwhile, in the Americas, civilizations were developing their own sophisticated fire cooking traditions in complete isolation from Old World practices. While we have less written documentation from this period, archaeological evidence reveals advanced techniques. Indigenous peoples across North and South America had refined earth oven cooking to a high art. In what is now the southwestern United States, peoples of the Hohokam and ancestral Puebloan cultures dug substantial pits, lined them with stones, and used them to slow cook agave, meats, and other foods. These weren't simple holes in the ground. They were engineered cooking systems that controlled heat and moisture to produce specific results. In Central America, Maya civilization practiced pibble cooking, wrapping seasoned meat in leaves and cooking it in underground pits. Archaeological excavations of Maya sites reveal permanent cooking pits that saw regular use over generations. The technique produced incredibly tender, flavorful meat infused with smoke from the burning wood and aromatic from the leaves used for wrapping. Along the coasts, indigenous peoples developed methods for smoking fish that would preserve it for winter storage or for trade to inland communities. Cedar-planked salmon in the Pacific Northwest, smoked over alderwood fires, became not just a cooking method, but a cultural cornerstone, central to both daily life and ceremonial occasions. What united all these diverse traditions? Mesopotamian tanner cooking, Greek spit roasting, Roman feasting, Chinese pit cooking and smoking, indigenous American earth ovens, was a sophisticated understanding that cooking meat over fire wasn't a simple matter of applying heat until done. It required knowledge, skill, and cultural transmission of techniques refined over generations. Every civilization discovered that time mattered as much as temperature. Quick, high heat had its place, but low, slow cooking transformed tough cuts into tenderness. They learned that smoke wasn't just a byproduct, but a flavoring agent and preservative. They understood that different meats required different approaches. Fish and fowl needed gentler heat than beef or pork. Perhaps more importantly, by this period, cooking over fire had become deeply embedded in social and ritual life across all these civilizations. In Greece, the symposium wasn't complete without roasted meats. In Rome, public festivals featured massive cookouts that fed thousands. In China, ancestral ceremonies involved specific meat preparations. Among indigenous Americans, communal earth oven cooking events brought together extended families and communities. The act of cooking meat over fire, which had begun as a survival necessity for our prehistoric ancestors, had transformed into something more, a social practice, a marker of civilization, a way of creating and reinforcing community bonds. The person who tended the fire, who knew exactly when to turn the meat or when to add more fuel, held specialized knowledge that commanded respect. This was also the period when preservation techniques became formalized and widely practiced. Smoking meat to preserve it for later use wasn't new. Humans had surely discovered this property of smoke thousands of years earlier. But classical civilizations systematized it. They built dedicated smokehouses, experimented with different woods and smoking durations, developed understanding of how smoke inhibited bacterial growth and how salt enhanced the preservative effect. In temperate and cold regions, smoked and dried meats became essential for surviving winter. In warmer climates, smoking allowed communities to preserve meat from large game animals that would otherwise spoil before it could all be consumed. This wasn't romantic tradition. It was essential food security technology, and the knowledge of how to do it properly could mean the difference between thriving and starving. By 500 CE, as the classical period drew to a close and the world stood on the edge of the medieval era, these distinct regional traditions had developed sophisticated techniques passed down through countless generations. A Chinese cook's understanding of pit cooking, a Roman cook's knowledge of spit roasting, a Mesopotamian baker's skill with the tanner, an indigenous American's expertise with earth ovens. These represented different branches of knowledge, all growing from that same ancient root of fire and meat, but each shaped by local conditions and cultural values into unique forms. What happened next would begin to connect these isolated traditions. As trade routes expanded, as empires rose and fell, as peoples migrated and religions spread, these cooking methods would travel beyond their places of origin. The Silk Road would carry not just silk and spices, but culinary knowledge. Islamic expansion would spread tanner cooking across 3 continents. Roman techniques would persist in Europe even as the empire crumbled. And in the Americas, indigenous methods would soon collide with European and African traditions in an encounter that would eventually give rise to what we now call barbecue. The medieval period, stretching from the fall of Rome to the eve of European exploration, saw cooking traditions that had developed in isolation begin to spread, adapt, and deepen. Across Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and the Americas, communities refined their fire cooking techniques into distinctive regional traditions, each reflecting not just culinary preferences, but social structures, religious beliefs, and economic realities. By the time this era ended, the stage was set for an unprecedented collision of cooking cultures that would reshape everything. In medieval Europe, cooking meat over fire became inseparable from social hierarchy and display. The great feasts of the medieval nobility weren't just meals. They were performances of power, and roasted meat served as the centerpiece. In the great halls of castles and manor houses from England to Poland, massive fireplaces dominated, some large, enough that a person could walk inside them. These weren't designed for heating. They were cooking theaters. European cooks during this period perfected spit roasting to an extraordinary degree. The largest households employed turnspits, often young boys whose sole job was to rotate the heavy iron spits over fires for hours at a time. The work was hot, monotonous, and crucial. Uneven rotation meant unevenly cooked meat, which could ruin an entire feast. In wealthier establishments, mechanical spitjacks appeared, devices powered by weights, springs, or rising hot air that turned the spit automatically, freeing human labor but requiring significant capital investment. The scale of medieval roasting could be staggering. Records from a 1467 feast celebrating the enthronement of the Archbishop of York describe over 400 swans, 2,000 geese, 4,000 ducks, and numerous cattle and boars, nearly all spit roasted. The logistics of managing dozens of fires and hundreds of spits simultaneously required sophisticated coordination and deep expertise. The master cook in a noble household held a position of genuine authority. But medieval European cooking also developed techniques beyond the grand spectacle of whole animal roasting. Cooks learned to manage different fire zones, using the intense heat directly over flames for quick searing, the moderate heat to the side for steady roasting, and the gentle heat of dying embers for keeping food warm. They developed complex basting mixtures, combinations of ale, honey, butter, and spices, applied methodically throughout the cooking process to build layers of flavor. The medieval period also saw the formalization of class distinctions in cooking methods. Roasted meat, particularly large joints and the whole animals, marked upper-class tables. The poor consumed what meat they could obtain, often old animals, tough cuts, or small game, and typically boiled or stewed it to render it edible. The ability to waste fuel on the relatively inefficient process of roasting signaled wealth and status. When peasants did roast meat, it was usually for festivals or celebrations, making the method itself special, reserved for important occasions. Across the Mediterranean and throughout the Middle East, the tanner evolved into the tandoor, spreading with Islamic expansion from Persia to India to North Africa. By the medieval period, tandoor cooking had become refined and widespread, adapting to local ingredients and preferences in each region while maintaining its essential character. The tandoor's vertical design and clay construction remained constant, but medieval cooks developed increasingly sophisticated techniques for using it. In Persia, they perfected the art of cooking kebabs, skewered meat marinated in yogurt, spices, and herbs, then suspended in the tandoor where the intense radiant heat cooked it quickly, while the yogurt marinade created a tender, flavorful crust. The technique spread eastward into India and westward into Arab lands, with each region developing its own spice combinations and preparation methods. Medieval tandoor cooking also enabled the development of certain bread and meat combinations that would become cultural staples. Flatbreads could be slapped against the tandoor's interior walls, cooking in minutes, then used to wrap freshly cooked meat. This wasn't just efficient. It created complete portable meals that required no plates or utensils, perfect for travelers, merchants, and soldiers. The preservation aspect of tandoor cooking mattered tremendously in the medieval Middle East. Meat cooked quickly at high heat developed a seared exterior that helped it keep longer in hot climates. Combined with heavy spicing and salt, tandoor cooked meat could remain edible for days, crucial in an era before refrigeration. In East Asia, the medieval period saw dramatic developments in fire cooking traditions, particularly with the rise of the Mongol Empire. The Mongols, whose culture centered on horseback mobility and meat consumption, developed cooking methods that reflected their lifestyle. Mongolian hot pot emerged as a communal cooking method where thin sliced meats cooked quickly in bubbling broth over a central fire, allowing warriors on campaign to eat hot meals quickly with minimal equipment. But the Mongols also practiced a more directly relevant technique, cooking meat beneath their saddles. While riding long distances, warriors would place thin cuts of meat under their saddles, where the combination of pressure, body heat from the horse, and friction would tenderize and partially cook it by day's end. This wasn't quite cooking over fire, but it showed the Mongol obsession with meat preparation under any circumstances. More conventionally, Mongol camps featured large communal fires where whole animals were roasted using techniques they'd refined over centuries on the steppes. They developed a particularly ingenious method called budog, where an animal, usually a goat or marmot, would be gutted, filled with hot stones, then sealed and cooked from the inside out, while also being heated from outside by torch or fire. The result was tender, evenly cooked meat infused with its own juices. As Mongol conquest spread Chinese influence across Asia, various regional techniques cross-pollinated. Korean cooking traditions, for instance, began incorporating elements from both Chinese and Mongol practices during this period. Korean cooks developed methods of marinating meat in complex mixtures of soy sauce, sesame oil, garlic, and other aromatics before grilling over charcoal fires, the foundations of what would eventually become modern Korean barbecue. The medieval period in Korea also saw the refinement of bulgogi cooking techniques, where thinly sliced marinated beef was cooked quickly over very hot fires. This method emerged partly from necessity, fuel efficiency in a mountainous country with limited forests, but developed into an art form. Korean cooks learned precisely how hot the fire should be, exactly how long to cook each piece, and which cuts worked best with which marinades. In the Americas, isolated from Old World developments, indigenous peoples were solidifying their own sophisticated traditions. Across North America, various tribes had refined earth oven cooking into regionally distinct forms. In what is now the Pacific Northwest, coastal peoples had perfected the art of smoking salmon over alder wood, a technique so effective that it produced preserved fish that could last through winter and serve as a trade commodity. The peoples of the Great Plains developed methods for cooking bison that reflected the scale of their hunts and the communal nature of their societies. After a successful hunt, the entire community would participate in butchering and cooking, using every part of the animal. Choice cuts might be roasted over open fires, while tougher portions were slow cooked in earth pits or cut into thin strips and smoked for preservation. In the American Southwest, pit cooking reached remarkable sophistication. The ancestral Puebloan peoples and their descendants built permanent pit ovens near their settlements, some large enough to cook food for entire villages. They'd line these pits with stones, build fires to heat the stones for hours, then layer in meat wrapped in leaves or corn husks, cover everything with earth, and let it cook overnight. The results, tender, smoke-infused meat, became central to ceremonial gatherings and seasonal celebrations. But perhaps the most significant development for our story occurred in the Caribbean, where the Taino people had perfected a cooking technique they called barbacoa. The word itself came from their language, and the method was distinctive. They built raised wooden frameworks, typically made from green wood that wouldn't burn easily, and created a platform about 3 feet above a slow-burning fire. On this platform, they would place whole animals or large cuts of meat, sometimes fish, and cook them slowly over many hours. The barbacoa method wasn't just about the framework. It was an entire cooking philosophy. The fire burned low, producing steady heat and abundant smoke. The elevation kept meat away from direct flame, while allowing smoke and heat to circulate around it. The slow cooking time broke down tough fibers, making even mature animals tender. And the smoke, from woods native to the Caribbean islands, infused the meat with flavors unique to the region. Taino barbacoa served social and ceremonial purposes beyond simple cooking. Large barbacoa frameworks could cook meat for entire villages, making them focal points for communal gatherings. The extended cooking time meant people would gather around the barbacoa throughout the day and night, tending the fire, sharing conversation, reinforcing social bonds. The smell of cooking meat announced abundance and celebration. Throughout the medieval period, across all these regions, smoking and drying meat for preservation remained essential. European peasants smoked pork in dedicated smokehouses, creating products like bacon and ham that could last through winter. Chinese cooks continued refining their smoking techniques, developing regional specialties based on local woods and spices. Indigenous Americans across both continents smoked everything from fish to venison to bison. The preservation aspect meant that fire cooking knowledge carried literal survival value. A family or village that knew how to properly smoke meat could weather failed harvests or hard winters by drawing on preserved supplies. The knowledge passed from generation to generation, carefully taught because mistakes could mean spoiled meat and hunger. Medieval preservation techniques also revealed growing sophistication in understanding how smoke, salt, and time interacted. Cooks learned that meat needed proper salt penetration before smoking, that certain woods worked better than others for different meats, that temperature and humidity during smoking mattered enormously. This knowledge accumulated slowly through countless iterations of trial and error, creating regional expertise that defined communities. Class distinctions in preservation methods mirrored those in cooking. The wealthy could afford to preserve prime cuts with expensive spices and refined techniques. The poor preserved whatever meat they could obtain, using methods passed down through generations, often smoking or salting cuts the wealthy wouldn't bother with. Yet, interestingly, some of these peasant preservation methods, like smoking pork bellies to create bacon, would eventually become prized delicacies. By 1400, as the medieval period drew to a close, the world's cooking traditions had reached a kind of peak of regional distinctiveness. European spit roasting culture, Middle Eastern tandoor techniques, Asian grilling and smoking methods, and indigenous American earth oven and barbacoa traditions had each developed over centuries, refined through countless generations. embedded in cultural practices and social structures. These traditions existed in relative isolation from each other. A Korean cook had no knowledge of Taino barbacoa. A Caribbean islander had never heard of Mongolian cooking techniques. A European noble enjoying roasted venison knew nothing of tandoor kebabs. Each tradition had reached its own sophisticated understanding of how fire, smoke, time, and meat could combine, but they'd done so independently, shaped by local conditions and cultural values. That isolation was about to end. Within a century, European ships would cross the Atlantic, connecting the Old World and the New in what historians call the Columbian Exchange. And among the countless things that would be exchanged, crops, animals, diseases, people, ideas, cooking techniques would prove particularly consequential. The collision between European, African, and indigenous American fire cooking traditions, particularly in the Caribbean and the Americas, would create something entirely new. The Taino barbacoa was about to meet European roasting traditions and African cooking knowledge, and from that meeting would emerge the foundations of what we now call barbecue. When Spanish ships arrived in the Caribbean in 1492, they brought with them European cooking traditions refined over centuries, spit roasting, open fire techniques, preservation methods developed in Mediterranean climates. What they encountered on those islands would introduce a new word and a new concept into European languages, one that would eventually transform cooking cultures across the Atlantic world. The Taino people who inhabited the Caribbean islands had been perfecting their barbacoa method for generations before European arrival. Spanish explorers, stepping onto beaches in Hispaniola, Cuba, and other islands, encountered something they'd never seen before: raised wooden frameworks, carefully constructed from green wood, suspended over slow-burning fires, with whole animals or large cuts of meat cooking slowly, surrounded by aromatic smoke. The Spanish chronicler Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo described the scene in his 1526 History of the Indies: a grid of green sticks raised on posts, with meat laid across it, cooking slowly over a fire that burned continuously but never blazed. He noted that the Taino tended these fires carefully, maintaining steady heat for hours or even days, producing meat that was tender, smoky, and unlike anything prepared using European methods. The word barbacoa entered Spanish, and from there spread into other European languages: barbecue in English, barbacoa remaining in Spanish, barbecue in French. But more than just a word traveled. The technique itself represented a fundamentally different philosophy from European roasting. Where Europeans sought to roast meat quickly over high heat or on rotating spits, the barbacoa method emphasized patience, smoke, and the transformation that occurred during long, slow cooking. Spanish colonists began adopting and adapting the technique, combining it with their own culinary traditions. They brought European livestock, cattle, pigs, sheep, to the Americas, animals that had never existed in the Caribbean before 1493. These animals, particularly pigs, adapted quickly to the tropical environment, multiplying rapidly in the absence of natural predators. Suddenly, there was abundant meat to cook, and the barbacoa framework proved ideal for handling it. But the Spanish weren't the only ones bringing cooking knowledge to the Americas. Beginning in the early 1500s and accelerating through the 1600s, enslaved Africans were forcibly transported across the Atlantic in numbers that would eventually dwarf European immigration. These men and women brought with them sophisticated culinary traditions from West and Central Africa, including specific knowledge about cooking meat over fire. West African cooking traditions included several techniques directly relevant to what would become American barbecue. Many West African cultures practice slow cooking meat over low fires, often with heavy spicing and marinades. They understood smoke as both a cooking medium and a preservative. They had developed methods for cooking tough cuts of meat until tender, breaking down connective tissue through patient application of heat and time. Particularly significant was the West African tradition of cooking with vinegar-based sauces and peppery spice mixtures. In regions of what are now Senegal, Nigeria, and the Congo, cooks had long marinated or basted meat with acidic, spicy liquids during cooking. These traditions would prove remarkably compatible with barbacoa-style cooking and would profoundly influence the development of American barbecue sauces. African cooks also brought knowledge of specific fire management techniques. They understood how to create different heat zones within a single fire, how to use green wood versus dry wood for different purposes, how to maintain fires for extended periods without constant attention. This expertise became invaluable in the Americas, where enslaved people often did the cooking in both their own communities and for their enslavers. By the mid-1600s, across the Caribbean and in the growing mainland colonies, three distinct cooking traditions, indigenous American, European, and African, were colliding, combining, and creating something new. The result wasn't simply a mixture where each tradition contributed equal parts. Rather, specific techniques from each culture proved particularly useful in the new environment, and these were adopted, adapted, and woven together. The indigenous barbacoa framework provided the foundational technique. The European introduction of pigs created the primary meat that would define American barbecue. And African cooking knowledge, particularly regarding spicing, saucing, and fire management, would prove crucial to the method's development and spread. In the mainland American colonies, particularly in Virginia and the Carolinas, a distinctive form was emerging by the mid-1600s. Colonial records from this period begin mentioning barbecues or barbecues as events, not just cooking methods. These were communal gatherings where whole pigs were cooked slowly over pits or on raised frames, often for political or social purposes. The pig proved ideal for this style of cooking. Pigs were cheap to raise, requiring little care or feeding since they could forage. They reproduced quickly and grew fast. A pig could be slaughtered, butchered, and cooked in a single day's work, making it perfect for impromptu gatherings. And the meat, with its high fat content, remained moist during long cooking, emerging tender and flavorful. Colonial American cooks, often enslaved Africans doing the actual work, began developing specific techniques for whole hog cooking. They dig shallow pits, build fires to create beds of coals, Then place the pig on a framework over the coals or sometimes directly in the pit. The cooking process would take 12 to 24 hours, requiring constant attention to maintain proper temperature. This is where African fire management knowledge became crucial. Cooking a whole hog evenly, preventing some parts from burning while others remained raw, required sophisticated understanding of heat distribution. The cook needed to know when to add fuel and where, how to create hotter and cooler zones to accommodate different parts of the animal, how to judge doneness without thermometers. Different regions began developing variations almost immediately. In coastal Carolina regions, where vinegar was readily available through trade, cooks developed the tradition of mopping the cooking pig with vinegar-based mixtures, often peppered heavily. This served multiple purposes. It added flavor, kept the meat moist, and the acidity helped break down tough connective tissue. In Virginia, where larger plantations had access to more resources, whole hog cooking for grand gatherings became associated with the planter class's displays of hospitality. But the work itself, the digging of pits, the tending of fires through the night, the actual cooking, was done by enslaved people who brought their own knowledge and techniques to the process. The whole hog tradition, established during this period, would prove remarkably persistent. Unlike European roasting, which typically involved choice cuts, American barbecue from its earliest days focused on cooking the entire animal. This reflected both practical considerations. When you slaughter a pig, you need to use all of it, and the influence of indigenous and African traditions that emphasized using every part. Preservation remained important during this period as well. The smoking that occurred during long, slow cooking helped preserve meat in an era without refrigeration. Colonists learned that meat cooked barbecue style would keep for several days, longer in cooler weather. This made barbecue practical for events where food needed to be prepared in advance. By the late 1600s, barbecue had become established enough in colonial culture that it appeared in written records, not as an exotic novelty, but as a familiar practice. Records mention barbecues as political events. Candidates would host barbecues to court voters. Churches held barbecues as fundraisers. Communities gathered for barbecues to celebrate harvests or military victories. The social aspect of barbecue, present in the Taino barbacoa tradition, persisted and expanded in colonial America. The long cooking time meant people gathered around the pit for hours, socializing while the food cooked. Unlike European feast culture, where the cooking happened out of sight and only the finished product appeared at table, American barbecue made the cooking process as itself a social event. This period also saw the beginnings of regional differentiation that would eventually define American barbecue. Coastal areas with access to trade goods developed different sourcing traditions than inland regions. Areas with different dominant livestock, more cattle in some regions, more pigs in others, developed appropriate techniques. Local wood availability influenced smoking flavors, with hickory predominating in some areas, oak in others, fruitwoods where available. The techniques weren't written down in this period. They were passed person to person, master to apprentice, often from enslaved cooks to their children. This oral transmission meant techniques could evolve rapidly, adapting to local conditions and preferences. But it also meant knowledge could be lost when communities were disrupted or when enslaved people were sold away from their families. Religious and ethnic differences also began influencing barbecue traditions. In areas with significant German immigration, like parts of Pennsylvania, European sausage-making traditions began merging with American barbecue techniques. In regions with French influence, like Louisiana, different spicing and saucing traditions developed. Each group of immigrants brought their own culinary knowledge and adapted it to the barbecue framework. The tools used for barbecue during this period remained fairly simple: shovels for digging pits, iron grates, or green wood frameworks for holding meat, sometimes iron rods for skewering. The simplicity of the required equipment meant barbecue could be practiced anywhere, by anyone, regardless of wealth. You didn't need expensive kitchen facilities or specialized tools, just fire, meat, time, and knowledge. This accessibility proved crucial to barbecue spread and persistence. While the wealthy might host elaborate barbecues as displays of hospitality, poor farmers could cook a pig for their family or community just as effectively. The method democratized access to well-cooked meat in a way European roasting, with its requirement for specialized equipment and facilities, never had. By 1700, barbecue had transformed from an indigenous Caribbean technique into something distinctly American, a synthesis of Taino-European and African knowledge shaped by the specific conditions of colonial life. The word itself had evolved, anglicized into various spellings. The technique had spread from the Caribbean throughout the mainland colonies, and the foundations had been laid for the regional traditions that would define American barbecue. What had emerged was more than just a cooking method. Barbecue had become a cultural practice, a social institution, a marker of community identity. The fusion of three traditions: indigenous patience and smoke, European livestock and social structures, African spicing and fire expertise, had created something none of the parent traditions could have produced alone. As the colonial period gave way to independence and westward expansion, these traditions would continue evolving. The basic techniques were established: whole animal cooking, low and slow heat, smoke as flavoring, communal gathering. But each region would refine these fundamentals in its own way, influenced by local ingredients, immigrant populations, economic conditions, and cultural preferences. The seeds planted during this period of contact and fusion would grow into the rich diversity of American barbecue traditions, each claiming authenticity, each defending its methods. All descended from that moment when Spanish explorers first encountered a Taino barbacoa and recognized something worth adopting, worth spreading, worth making their own. Between 1700 and 1850, as the American colonies became a nation and expanded westward, barbecue traditions that had begun as fusion cooking crystallized into distinct regional styles. Geography, economics, available livestock, immigrant populations, and local agricultural products all shaped how different areas approached the fundamental technique of slow cooking meat over smoke and fire. By the eve of the Civil War, the regional diversity that still defines American barbecue today had taken recognizable form. The Carolinas, where whole hog barbecue had become deeply established during the colonial period, began developing the distinctive sauce traditions that would define their approach. The division between Eastern and Western North Carolina, still argued over today, emerged during this period based on available ingredients and trade patterns. In Eastern North Carolina, coastal regions with access to Caribbean trade had ready supplies of vinegar. Cooks there refined a sauce that was fundamentally simple: vinegar, salt, black pepper, and red pepper flakes. This thin, sharp mixture was mopped onto pork as it cooked and served alongside the finished meat. The sauce wasn't meant to mask the flavor of slow-cooked pork and smoke. It was designed to complement and enhance it, cutting through the richness of the fatty meat. The Eastern Carolina approach reflected a cooking philosophy that prized the pure flavor of properly cooked pork. Whole hogs were cooked over hickory or oak coals, the meat pulled or chopped after cooking, and the vinegar sauce added sparingly. The result was meat that tasted primarily of pork and smoke, with the sauce providing brightness and heat rather than dominating sweetness. Western North Carolina, further from coastal trade routes and closer to German immigrant settlements in the Piedmont region, developed a different approach. By the early 1800s, cooks in the western regions were adding tomatoes to their vinegar-based sauces, creating a thicker, slightly sweeter mixture. This Lexington-style or Piedmont-style sauce represented the first major American departure from purely vinegar-based traditions, though it remained fundamentally tangy rather than sweet. South Carolina's contribution was even more distinctive. German immigrants to the Midlands region brought with them a love of mustard, and by the early 1800s, South Carolina cooks were developing mustard-based barbecue sauces. These combined prepared mustard with vinegar, sugar, and spices, creating a sharp, tangy, golden sauce unlike anything else in American barbecue. The South Carolina mustard belt, centered around Columbia and extending through the Midlands, became fiercely protective of this tradition. The sauce worked particularly well with pork, its acidity cutting through fat while its sharpness complemented smoke flavor. By the 1840s, the mustard sauce had become so associated with South Carolina barbecue that it served as a regional identifier. Virginia, meanwhile, maintained traditions that reflected its colonial heritage and its position as an early center of American political culture. Virginia barbecue during this period was closely associated with political gatherings. When George Washington mentioned attending barbecues in his diaries, or when Thomas Jefferson hosted outdoor gatherings at Monticello, they were participating in a tradition that had become woven into Virginia's social and political fabric. Virginia barbecue favored whole hogs cooked slowly over hardwood coals, often with minimal sauce. The emphasis was on the quality of the meat itself and the skill of the cook in managing the fire. This reflected both the influence of European roasting traditions, which prized the natural flavor of meat, and the expertise of enslaved cooks who had refined their techniques over generations. It's impossible to discuss this period without acknowledging directly that the development of American barbecue traditions was inseparable from slavery. In Virginia, the Carolinas, and throughout the South, The actual work of barbecue, digging pits, managing fires through the night, cooking whole animals, was almost always done by enslaved people. They weren't just following instructions. They were the keepers of crucial knowledge, the experts whose understanding of fire, meat, and time made successful barbecue possible. Enslaved cooks brought West African culinary knowledge to bear on American ingredients and indigenous techniques. They experimented with spice combinations, developed sauce recipes, refined cooking times and temperatures through experience and observation. When plantation owners hosted barbecues as displays of hospitality, the success of these events depended entirely on the skill of enslaved cooks whose names were rarely recorded. This expertise was passed down within enslaved communities, from experienced cooks to younger people learning the craft. The knowledge was practical and precise. How to tell when coals were the right temperature by holding your hand at a certain distance. How to judge doneness by the way meat pulled away from bone. How to maintain even heat in a pit for 16 hours. These weren't written recipes. They were embodied skills, learned through apprenticeship and practice. Further west, different traditions were developing based on different animals and different cultural influences. In Tennessee, particularly around Memphis, barbecue was taking on characteristics that would distinguish it from Carolina traditions. Memphis, positioned on the Mississippi River, became a trading hub where different influences mixed. Memphis barbecue during this period began incorporating more variety in meats. While whole hog remained important, Memphis cooks also worked with pork shoulders and ribs, treating them as separate items worthy of specific techniques. The Memphis approach to sauce also diverged, beginning to incorporate more sweetness through molasses or sugar, creating thicker, more complex mixtures than Carolina vinegars. The emphasis on ribs in Memphis, which would become central to the city's barbecue identity, emerged partly from economic necessity. Not everyone could afford a whole hog, but ribs were available and affordable. Memphis cooks developed methods specifically for these cuts, learning that ribs required careful heat management to become tender without drying out. In Texas, an entirely different barbecue tradition was emerging, driven by the state's cattle culture. Spanish colonists had brought cattle to Texas in the 1600s, and by the early 1800s, vast herds roamed the territory. When Anglo-American settlers arrived in larger numbers in the 1820s and 1830s, they encountered an environment where beef was more available than pork. Early Texas barbecue reflected this reality. Cowboys on cattle drives cooked beef over open fires, developing techniques suited to tougher cuts from working cattle. Unlike the fatty pork that remained moist during long cooking, beef required different approaches. Texas cooks learned to use fattier cuts like brisket, which could withstand long smoking without drying out, and to cook at lower temperatures for longer periods. The influence of Mexican cooking traditions in Texas also shaped the developing barbecue style. Mexican cooks had long traditions of slow cooking beef, and these merged with Anglo-American and African-American barbecue knowledge to create something distinctive. The use of dry rubs rather than sweet sauces, the emphasis on smoke over sauce, the focus on beef. These Texas characteristics were solidifying during the 1830s and 1840s. Kansas City's importance to American barbecue began during this period, though the city's most famous contributions would come later. The city's position at the confluence of the Kansas and Missouri rivers made it a natural trading center. By the 1830s, Kansas City was becoming significant in livestock commerce, with cattle and hogs driven there from surrounding areas. The presence of stockyards and meat-packing operations meant Kansas City had abundant access to all cuts of meat, including parts that didn't ship well or weren't considered premium. Enterprising cooks found that these tougher, cheaper cuts, briskets, ribs, shoulders, responded beautifully to slow smoking. The foundation was being laid for Kansas City to become a barbecue center, though the full flowering of that tradition would wait for the post-Civil War period. Throughout this era, barbecue served crucial social and political functions beyond mere eating. Barbecues were how communities gathered, how politicians courted votes, how churches raised funds, how neighborhoods celebrated. The long cooking time made barbecue events naturally communal. People would gather in the afternoon and stay through the evening as meat cooked. Political barbecues became particularly significant in the Jacksonian era of the 1830s and 1840s. Candidates would host large barbecues, feeding hundreds or thousands of potential voters. These weren't subtle affairs. They were explicit attempts to win support through hospitality. The whole hog barbecue, which could feed a crowd inexpensively, proved ideal for this purpose. Andrew Jackson himself was associated with political barbecues, hosting them at his Tennessee plantation and attending them throughout his campaigns. The image of a candidate willing to share barbecue with common farmers carried powerful democratic symbolism. Whether this symbolism reflected reality, given that enslaved people did the actual work, is a tension that ran through American barbecue culture during this entire period. Religious gatherings also centered around barbecue. Camp meetings and revival gatherings in the Second Great Awakening often featured barbecues that fed large crowds. Church fundraising barbecues became common across the South. The association between barbecue and community gathering, whether political or religious, became deeply embedded in American culture. The techniques themselves continued to evolve during this period. Cooks experimented with different woods. Hickory became preferred in much of the South for its strong smoke flavor, while oak provided milder smoke. Some regions began using fruit woods when available. The choice of wood became part of regional identity, with fierce debates about which produced the best results. Pit design also evolved. Some pits were simple trenches in the ground, filled with coals and covered with iron grates. Others were more elaborate, with brick or stone construction, adjustable grates, and better heat control. Wealthier establishments, or serious pitmasters, developed permanent pits that allowed for more precise cooking. The tools of barbecue remained relatively simple but became more standardized. Long-handled implements for moving meat, basting mops made from cloth tied to sticks, iron rods for testing doneness. These basic tools were refined through use. The simplicity meant almost anyone could set up a barbecue operation with minimal capital investment. By 1850, American barbecue had developed into a genuinely national tradition with distinct regional expressions. Carolina vinegar and mustard sauces, Virginia whole hog traditions, Memphis's developing rib culture, Texas beef, barbecue, Kansas City's emerging role as a meat center. Each region had developed approaches suited to local conditions and preferences. What united these diverse traditions was the fundamental technique: low heat, long time, smoke, patience. But what distinguished them was everything else: the meat, the sauce, the wood, the social context. A barbecue in eastern North Carolina would produce results completely different from one in central Texas, even though both were technically practicing the same basic cooking method. The expertise required for successful barbecue meant certain individuals became known as masters of the craft. Often these were enslaved people whose skills were so valued that they gained a degree of autonomy and respect, though never freedom unless later emancipated. Their knowledge represented real economic value. A plantation known for excellent barbecue enhanced its owner's reputation and social standing. As the nation approached the Civil War, barbecue had become thoroughly American while remaining regionally diverse. The techniques developed during this period, whole hog cooking, vinegar mopping, dry rubs, long smoking, would persist into the modern era. The regional identities forming around different styles would harden into the fierce loyalties that still characterize American barbecue culture. But change was coming. The industrialization already transforming the northern states would soon reach the South. The Civil War would disrupt established social and economic systems, including the system of slavery that had been central to barbecue's development. And in the post-war period, the transformation from largely local, traditional cooking into something that could be commercialized, standardized, and spread would accelerate dramatically. The foundations had been laid during these colonial and early republic years. What happened next would build upon them in ways the 19th century pitmasters could never have imagined. The end of the Civil War in 1865 fundamentally transformed American barbecue. The cooking knowledge that had been developed and refined largely by enslaved people who had created regional styles, perfected techniques, and established barbecue as a cultural institution, now belonged to free men and women who could, for the first time, profit from their own expertise. What followed was a remarkable period of African American entrepreneurship centered around barbecue, the emergence of commercial barbecue as a business, and the beginning of barbecue's transformation from local tradition to something that could spread beyond its regions of origin. In the immediate aftermath of emancipation, many formerly enslaved people possessed skills but lacked capital, land, or access to traditional employment. Barbecue offered a path forward. The startup costs were relatively low. You needed a pit, some wood, meat, and knowledge. The knowledge they already possessed. In cities and towns across the Shinchais, South, freed people began opening barbecue stands, often in African American neighborhoods, selling plates of chopped or sliced pork with sauce, sometimes with bread and simple sides. These early commercial operations were typically modest: a pit behind a small building, a serving window or counter, perhaps a few rough tables, but they represented something profound: Black ownership, Black entrepreneurship, and the monetization of expertise developed over generations. The best of these operations built reputations that spread beyond their immediate neighborhoods, attracting customers of all races who recognized quality cooking. In Memphis, One of the most significant early commercial barbecue operations began in the 1870s. While the historical record is incomplete, early African American businesses were rarely documented in detail. We know that by the 1880s, Memphis had several established black-owned barbecue stands in the Beale Street district. These weren't just feeding the local community. They were becoming destinations, places where the city's growing reputation for excellent barbecue was being forged. The urban context changed barbecue in important ways. Unlike plantation or farm barbecues, which were occasional events, urban stands operated regularly, daily if business warranted. This meant cooks needed to develop systems for maintaining consistent quality, for managing inventory, for pricing competitively. The craft of barbecue was becoming a business, and that required different skills beyond just cooking well. Urban barbecue also meant serving individual customers rather than large groups. The whole hog tradition remained for catering and special events, but day-to-day operations focused on portions: chopped pork sandwiches, plates with sides, ribs by the rack or by the bone. This shift toward individual servings would prove crucial to barbecue's eventual commercialization and spread. Texas was developing its own post-war barbecue culture, driven by the state's cattle industry boom. The great cattle drives of the 1870s and 1880s, moving herds from Texas to railheads in Kansas, required feeding cowboys on the trail for months at a time. Chuck wagon cooking became its own specialized skill, and the chuck wagon cook held a position of real authority in the outfit. Chuck wagon cooks worked with beef almost exclusively. It was what they had in abundance. They learned to transform tough cuts from working cattle into edible meals using Dutch ovens, open fires, and increasingly smoking techniques adapted from Southern barbecue traditions. Brisket, the cut that would become synonymous with Texas barbecue, was often considered inferior, too tough, too fatty. But chuck wagon cooks discovered that with long, slow cooking over low heat, brisket transformed into something tender and flavorful. The techniques refined on cattle drives began influencing Texas barbecue more broadly. In towns along the cattle trails, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, barbecue operations began specializing in beef. German and Czech immigrants, arriving in Texas in large numbers during this period, brought their own meat-smoking traditions from Europe. When German butchers in towns like Lockhart and Elgin began smoking beef using techniques from their sausage-making traditions, they were creating what would eventually be recognized as Central Texas barbecue style. These Texas meat markets represented a different model from the Southern barbecue stand. A butcher would smoke unsold meat rather than let it spoil, selling it by the pound from the front counter. Customers would buy smoked meat wrapped in butcher paper, often eating it right there on the market's front porch or taking it home. There were no plates, no sides, often no sauce, just smoked meat, sold by weight, emphasized for its quality and flavor. Railroad expansion during this period proved crucial to spreading regional barbecue traditions. The completion of transcontinental railroads and the dense network of lines connecting American cities meant people traveled more than ever before. A railroad worker who'd experienced Memphis barbecue might encounter Texas barbecue and compare them. A traveling salesman could taste Carolina pulled pork one week and Kansas City ribs the next. This exposure began creating awareness of regional differences and, inevitably, arguments about which style was best. The fierce regional pride that characterizes American barbecue culture today, the insistence that one's home style represents real barbecue, emerged during this period as people encountered alternatives to what they'd grown up with. Kansas City's rise as a barbecue center accelerated during this period, driven by its position as a major railroad hub and stockyard center. By the 1880s, Kansas City's stockyards were processing enormous quantities of cattle and hogs, making it one of America's great meat packing centers. The availability of cheap meat, including cuts that didn't ship well or weren't considered premium, created opportunities for barbecue operations. African Americans migrating to Kansas City, many from southern states where barbecue traditions ran deep, brought their knowledge and expertise. They found a city with abundant meat and a growing population that needed feeding. Kansas City barbecue began developing its characteristic inclusive approach: pork and beef, ribs and brisket, thick sweet sauces alongside traditional vinegar-based ones. This eclecticism reflected the city's position at the crossroads of different regional traditions. Henry Perry, who would later be called the father of Kansas City barbecue, arrived in the city around 1907, just after our current period. But his predecessors were establishing the groundwork in the 1880s and 1890s. The environment that would allow Perry to build his barbecue empire was created during these post-Civil War decades as Kansas City established itself as a place where barbecue could thrive commercially. The period also saw the earliest attempts at commercial sauce production. Prior to this, sauces were made fresh for each barbecue session, with recipes passed down orally or held as trade secrets. But some entrepreneurs recognized the bottled sauce could be sold to home cooks who wanted to replicate barbecue flavors without the time and expertise required for proper smoking. Early commercial sauces were simple, usually vinegar-based with peppers and spices, bottled in repurposed containers sold locally. The quality varied wildly, and many traditional pitmasters viewed bottled sauce with suspicion, seeing it as inferior to fresh-made. But the convenience appealed to customers, and a market began developing. Adam Scott, an African-American pitmaster in Goldsboro, North Carolina, opened his barbecue restaurant around 1917. Again, just beyond our current time frame, but building on late 19th century developments. Scott would become legendary, operating for decades and training a generation of Eastern Carolina pitmasters. His success was built on expertise developed during the post-war period when commercial barbecue was first becoming viable. Throughout the South, similar stories were unfolding, often undocumented because early African-American businesses rarely received press coverage or official recognition. A skilled cook would start selling barbecue from their home, build a reputation, perhaps expand to a proper stand or restaurant. These operations were often fragile, vulnerable to economic downturns, fire, or the racial violence that plagued the post-Reconstruction South. But collectively, they were transforming barbecue from folk tradition to commercial enterprise. The social role of barbecue continued during this period, but in evolving forms. Political barbecues remained common, particularly in the South. Church fundraising barbecues became more organized and sophisticated. But increasingly, barbecue was also something you could simply buy when you wanted it from someone who made it for a living. This commercialization meant standardization pressures began emerging. A customer who liked your barbecue needed to find it consistently good on return visits. This required developing reliable techniques, consistent sourcing, and replicable processes. The intuitive knowledge of traditional pitmasters, judge the fire by feel, cook until it looks right, needed to become more systematic for commercial success. Regional competitions and cook-offs began appearing during this period, though they remained informal compared to later organized contests. County fairs might feature barbecue competitions. Towns would hold barbecue contests at harvest festivals or holidays. These events served multiple purposes: entertainment, community building, and increasingly establishing bragging rights about whose barbecue reigned supreme. The equipment used for barbecue was also evolving. While traditional pits remained common, entrepreneurs were developing more efficient designs. Brick barbecue pits, which retained heat better and lasted longer than dirt pits, became more common in commercial operations. Metal grates and implements became more standardized. A few innovators even experimented with closed smokers that could better control heat and smoke. Wood sourcing became a business consideration rather than just using whatever was available. Commercial operations needed consistent supplies of appropriate wood. Hickory, oak, and mesquite began being sold specifically for barbecue, with suppliers cutting and seasoning wood for sale to restaurants and stands. This commercialization of fuel sources helped standardize flavor profiles within regions. The late 19th century also saw increasing documentation of barbecue in print. Newspapers began running stories about particularly famous barbecue operations or notable barbecue events. Cookbooks occasionally included barbecue recipes, though these were often simplified versions that didn't capture the real craft of proper pit cooking. The written record of barbecue, sparse before this period, began expanding. Racial dynamics complicated the barbecue business throughout this era. While many of the most skilled and successful pitmasters were black, they operated in a society increasingly defined by Jim Crow segregation and white supremacy. Black-owned barbecue stands often served racially mixed clienteles, white customers who recognized quality. But this didn't translate into broader social equality. Some white customers would eat barbecue cooked by black pitmasters, but would never sit at the same table. Despite these constraints, barbecue represented one of the few fields where African American entrepreneurs could build successful businesses. The expertise developed during slavery, which had economically benefited only enslavers, now belonged to free people who could profit from their own skills. This wasn't just about making a living. It was about dignity, autonomy, and economic independence in an era offering few such opportunities. By 1900, American barbecue had transformed significantly from its pre-war state. Regional styles had solidified and spread beyond their origins. Commercial operations had demonstrated that barbecue could be a viable business not just a folk tradition. African American entrepreneurs had established themselves as central to barbecue culture and commerce. The foundations of barbecue restaurants, bottled sauces, and regional pride were all in place. The turn of the century marked a threshold. The 19th century world of traditional pit cooking, local operations, and oral transmission of knowledge was about to collide with 20th century industrialization, mechanization, and mass marketing. The automobile, refrigerated transport, mass production, and eventually mass media would transform barbecue yet again. What had begun as commercialization in the late 1800s would accelerate dramatically in the decades ahead, bringing barbecue to a national audience, but also threatening the traditional techniques and knowledge that had made it distinctive. The tension between tradition and progress, between authenticity and accessibility, between craft and commerce, tensions that still define American barbecue culture, were about to become central to the story. The first 3 decades of the 20th century saw barbecue transform from a predominantly Southern tradition into something beginning to spread nationwide, from folk practice into commercial enterprise, and from oral tradition into documented culture. The automobile, the Great Migration, improving technology, and changing social patterns all contributed to reshaping barbecue, while the tension between progress and tradition grew increasingly acute. In Kansas City, the foundations were being laid for what would become one of America's most influential barbecue traditions. Henry Perry, an African-American man from Memphis who'd learned barbecue in his youth, arrived in Kansas City around 1907 and began selling smoked meats from an alley stand near the city's garment district. Perry's operation was modest at first: a pit, some wood, whatever meat he could source cheaply from the nearby stockyards. What made Perry significant wasn't just his skill, though by all accounts he was an exceptional pitmaster. It was his business model. Perry sold barbecue by the slab, wrapped in newspaper, to working people who wanted a quick, filling, inexpensive meal. He worked with both pork and beef, adapting to customer preferences and meat availability, and he developed a sauce, thick, tangy, with more sweetness than traditional Southern vinegar sauces, that appealed to Kansas City's diverse population. Perry's success inspired imitators and apprentices. Charlie and Arthur Bryant worked for Perry, learning his techniques before eventually opening their own operation. George Gates, another Perry disciple, would later establish his own Kansas City barbecue dynasty. By training a generation of pitmasters, Perry essentially created Kansas City barbecue as a distinctive style: eclectic, inclusive, commercially oriented, defined more by quality and source than by rigid adherence to particular traditions. In Memphis, the Beale Street district was becoming famous for its barbecue stands and small restaurants. These operations, predominantly black-owned, served a mixed clientele drawn by Memphis's growing reputation for excellent barbecue. The city was developing its characteristic approach: pork shoulder and ribs rather than whole hog, dry rubs applied before cooking, sauces ranging from tangy to sweet available on the side. The Memphis style reflected both tradition and innovation. The use of dry rubs drew on African American spicing traditions and practical considerations. A well-rubbed piece of meat developed a flavorful crust during smoking. The emphasis on shoulder and ribs made economic sense. These cuts were affordable and handled well in commercial settings. And the sauce philosophy, available but not required, represented a middle ground between Carolina vinegar traditions and newer, sweeter styles emerging elsewhere. Texas barbecue was also solidifying during this period, particularly in the German and Czech communities of Central Texas. In towns like Lockhart, Elgin, and Taylor, meat markets that had begun smoking beef in the late 1800s were now established institutions. Kreutz Market in Lockhart, opened in 1900 by Charles Kreutz, represented this tradition, a butcher shop that smoked unsold meat and sold it by the pound, straight from the pit, wrapped in butcher paper. The Central Texas style that developed in these meat markets had distinctive characteristics. Beef was primary, especially brisket. Sauce was minimal or absent, with the emphasis on the quality of the meat and the flavor imparted by smoke. The meat was often served on butcher paper with saltine crackers, pickles, and onions, accompaniments that complemented rather than competed with the beef. This spare, meat-focused approach differed markedly from the sauced, pork-centric traditions of the South. The period also saw significant equipment innovations. Traditional dirt pits remained common, especially in rural areas and for special events. But commercial operations increasingly adopted metal smokers. These early metal smokers, often fabricated by local metalworkers, offered better heat control, longer life, and easier maintenance than dirt pits. The most basic design was a simple metal box with a firebox at one end, a chimney at the other, and grates for holding meat in between. Smoke and heat from the firebox would travel through the cooking chamber before exiting the chimney. This horizontal offset design would eventually become one of the standard forms of American barbecue smokers. But in the early 1900s, each was typically custom-built to a pitmaster's specifications. Some innovators experimented with vertical smokers, where heat and smoke rose from a firebox at the bottom through multiple levels of grates. Others developed water smokers that used pans of water to maintain moisture during long cooking sessions. These experiments reflected growing understanding of the science behind barbecue, heat transfer, moisture management, smoke penetration, even if that understanding remained largely practical rather than theoretical. The bottled sauce industry began genuine commercial development during this period. What had been small-scale local production expanded as entrepreneurs recognized the market potential. In Georgia, the Griffin family began producing Beaver brand barbecue sauce in the 1920s, making it available in stores across the state. Other regional producers emerged, each claiming superior recipes, each trying to capture in a bottle the flavors of proper barbecue. These early commercial sauces varied enormously in quality and style. Some attempted to replicate traditional vinegar-based Carolina sauces. Others leaned toward sweeter, thicker styles with tomato, molasses, or brown sugar. The lack of standardization meant consumers couldn't assume what barbecue sauce would taste like. Each brand reflected its creator's regional traditions and personal preferences. Traditional pitmasters often viewed bottled sauce with suspicion, Why would anyone use bottled sauce when fresh-made was clearly superior? But bottled sauce served a different market. Home cooks who wanted barbecue flavor without pit-smoking meat themselves. These consumers could grill or roast meat, then apply bottled sauce for a rough approximation of barbecue. It wasn't the same, but it was accessible. The automobile transformed American barbecue more profoundly than any other single innovation of the period. As car ownership expanded dramatically in the 1920s, from about 8 million registered vehicles in 1920 to 23 million by 1930, Americans became mobile in unprecedented ways. People could now travel for leisure, seeking out restaurants and experiences beyond their immediate neighborhoods. Barbecue joints along highways became destinations. A reputation for excellent barbecue could draw customers from miles away, not just the immediate vicinity. This incentivized quality, word of mouth, could now spread geographically as travelers told friends about barbecue they'd encountered on road trips. It also meant regional styles began spreading as travelers experienced different approaches and brought knowledge back home. The automobile also enabled barbecue restaurants to adopt new business models. Drive-in service, which emerged in the 1920s, proved particularly well-suited to barbecue. Customers could order from their cars, and workers would bring out barbecue sandwiches, ribs, or plates. This convenience, combined with affordable prices, made barbecue accessible to the growing middle class. Perhaps the most significant demographic shift affecting barbecue was the Great Migration, the movement of millions of African Americans from the rural South to northern and western cities between 1910 and 1930. People who'd grown up with Southern barbecue traditions brought that knowledge to Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Los Angeles, and other cities. Many found employment in factories and stockyards, but some recognized opportunities to open barbecue restaurants serving both black migrants, hungry for familiar food, and curious white customers. This migration spread Southern barbecue traditions geographically, while also beginning to dilute regional distinctions. A migrant from Eastern Carolina opening a barbecue stand in Chicago might find themselves competing with someone from Memphis or Texas. Customers in northern cities encountered multiple barbecue styles simultaneously, unable to claim that one regional approach represented authentic barbecue because they were seeing several authentic traditions coexisting. The spread of barbecue northward also meant adaptation to different conditions. Northern cities had different wood availability. Less hickory, for instance. They had different customer bases with different preferences. And they had colder climates, which affected both cooking and the business model. These pressures encouraged innovation and hybridization. Food safety and sanitation concerns emerged as significant issues during the Progressive Era and 1920s. The publication of Upton Sinclair's The Jungle in 1906, exposing conditions in Chicago's meatpacking plants, had triggered federal food safety legislation and increased public awareness of sanitation issues. Barbecue operations, traditionally casual about sanitation, faced new scrutiny. Health departments in cities began inspecting food establishments, including barbecue stands and restaurants. Requirements for refrigeration, for meat storage, for clean facilities, for worker hygiene. All these represented costs and complications for small barbecue operations that had previously operated informally. Some operations couldn't afford to meet new standards and closed. Others adapted, investing in equipment and facilities that met regulations. This formalization had contradictory effects. On one hand, improved sanitation made barbecue safer and more acceptable to middle-class customers who might have been wary of rough barbecue stands. On the other hand, regulations created barriers to entry, making it harder for aspiring pitmasters with limited capital to start businesses. The informal world of backyard pitmasters selling barbecue on weekends gradually gave way to more official, licensed operations. During this period, certain barbecue establishments became genuine cultural landmarks. Scott's BBQ in Goldsboro, North Carolina, opened by Adam Scott in 1917, became legendary for its whole hog Eastern Carolina barbecue. Scott, an African-American pitmaster, cooked hogs over wood coals in a pit house behind his restaurant, serving chopped pork with vinegar pepper sauce. The restaurant would operate until 1984, becoming an institution that defined Eastern Carolina barbecue for generations. Leonard's in Memphis, opened by Leonard Huberger in 1922, pioneered the concept of a full-service barbecue restaurant rather than just a stand. Leonard's had table service, a menu with sides and desserts, and attempted to create a more refined dining experience while maintaining traditional pit cooking methods. This represented a different vision of commercial barbecue. Not cheap street food, but a legitimate restaurant meal. These landmark establishments served multiple functions. They were businesses, certainly, but they also became training grounds where younger pitmasters learned techniques, community gathering places that served social functions beyond eating, and symbols of local pride. A city's claim to barbecue excellence rested partly on having restaurants that outsiders acknowledged as exceptional. The 1920s also saw barbecue beginning to appear in American popular culture. Jazz-age songs mentioned barbecue. Newspaper food columns occasionally covered barbecue restaurants. Travel guides for motorists might note particularly good barbecue along recommended routes. This cultural acknowledgement, while still limited, represented growing recognition of barbecue as distinctively American. The tension between tradition and modernization grew acute during this period. Metal smokers were more convenient than dirt pits, but did they produce the same flavor? Bottled sauce was accessible, but was it real barbecue? Was serving barbecue in a formal restaurant, with tables and menus an improvement, or a betrayal of the tradition's informal, communal roots? These weren't abstract debates. They reflected genuine anxiety about what modernization meant for cultural practices. Traditional pitmasters, particularly in African American communities, where barbecue expertise had been developed and maintained for generations, sometimes viewed innovations with suspicion. They'd learned barbecue from their elders, practicing techniques refined over lifetimes. The knowledge was embodied. You learned by watching, by doing, by absorbing lessons that couldn't be fully captured in words. How could metal smokers or commercial sources replicate what required years of experience to master? Yet economic pressures pushed toward modernization. A metal smoker lasted longer, and worked more reliably than a dirt pit. Bottled sauce meant faster service and more consistent product. Highway locations with automobile access brought more customers than tucked-away neighborhood stands. The pitmasters who adapted thrived. Those who resisted often struggled. By 1930, barbecue had become recognizably modern in many ways. Commercialized, mechanized, beginning to spread beyond its southern origins. Famous restaurants had been established. Equipment had improved. Sauces could be bought in bottles. The automobile was carrying barbecue knowledge across the country. African American migration was spreading southern traditions to northern cities. But barbecue remained regionally diverse, locally rooted, and technically demanding. You still couldn't fake it. Good barbecue required knowledge and skill. The regional styles remained distinct. Carolina vinegar traditions differed fundamentally from Texas beef smoking, from Memphis dry rubs, from Kansas City eclecticism. And despite commercialization, barbecue remained tied to the communities and traditions that had created it. The stage was now set for the next phase, though no one could have predicted what was coming. The Great Depression would devastate the economy, testing barbecue businesses severely. World War II would disrupt everything, pulling workers into factories and military service, creating rationing and shortages. But what followed the war? Suburban expansion, unprecedented prosperity, technological innovation would transform American life. And, with it, American barbecue in ways that would make the early 20th century look quaint by comparison. The quarter century between 1930 and 1955 subjected American barbecue to extraordinary pressures: economic collapse, global war, and then sudden prosperity. And the tradition emerged fundamentally transformed. What had been primarily a southern, commercial, and communal practice was about to become suburban, backyard, and mass market. The changes that occurred during these years would democratize barbecue, while also creating tensions between traditional pit smoking and casual backyard grilling that persist today. When the Great Depression struck in 1929, devastating the American economy throughout the 1930s, barbecue's affordability became its greatest asset. Pork remained one of the cheapest sources of protein. A family could raise a pig on scraps and table waste, slaughter it, and have meat for weeks. For commercial barbecue operations, cheap cuts, ribs, shoulder, brisket, that had always been barbecue staples remained affordable even as premium cuts became luxuries few could consider. Barbecue restaurants that survived the Depression did so by serving filling meals at minimal prices. A chopped pork sandwich with sauce might cost a nickel or dime, affordable even for workers facing reduced wages or sporadic employment. These weren't elaborate meals, often just meat on cheap white bread with pickle and sauce. But they were substantial, satisfying, and within reach of people struggling to feed their families. Some barbecue operations actually expanded during the Depression, recognizing that affordable food had reliable demand. Henry Perry in Kansas City continued building his barbecue business through the 1930s until his death in 1940. Perry had established barbecue as a viable commercial enterprise in Kansas City, training multiple men who would carry forward his legacy and create their own barbecue dynasties. Arthur Bryant, who'd worked for Perry, took over Perry's operation after his death in 1940, eventually moving it and renaming it Bryant's Barbecue. Bryant would become one of the most famous pitmasters in American history, though his greatest fame would come after our current period. But the foundation was laid in these Depression years when barbecue proved it could survive hard times by serving people who needed substantial food at survival prices. Charlie Bryant, Arthur's brother, had also learned from Perry and operated his own place for a time before Arthur took over the Perry location. The multiplication of Kansas City barbecue operations, each connected through lineage to Perry, established the city as a major barbecue center with a distinctive style: thick, sweet, tomato-based sauces, both beef and pork, ribs given equal status with other cuts, a commercial orientation that prized consistency and customer satisfaction. In the South, legendary pitmasters were cementing their reputations during this period. In Memphis, establishments along Beale Street continued serving the city's distinctive style despite economic hardship. In the Carolinas, pitmasters maintained whole hog traditions, often for community events that provided affordable food and entertainment during grim times. In Texas, the meat market tradition of selling smoked beef by the pound persisted, serving ranch workers and townspeople who needed protein. These Depression-era pitmasters often worked under difficult conditions, scrounging wood, sourcing cheap meat, operating with minimal equipment. But their perseverance through hard times strengthened barbecue's reputation as democratic food. You didn't need wealth to eat good barbecue. A working person could walk into a barbecue joint and get a meal that was both affordable and satisfying. This accessibility, this lack of pretension, became central to barbecue's identity. The Depression also reinforced barbecue's communal aspects. Churches held fundraising barbecues where admission bought a meal and supported the congregation. Communities organized barbecues as social events that brought neighbors together during isolating times. Politicians continued the tradition of political barbecues, though on reduced scales. These gatherings reminded people of better times and created temporary abundance even amid general scarcity. Then came World War II, disrupting everything. Millions of men entered military service, including many pitmasters and restaurant workers. Meat rationing limited availability of pork and beef for civilian consumption. Metal rationing made new equipment impossible to obtain. No new smokers, no replacement parts. Make do with what you have or close. Many barbecue operations did close, unable to obtain meat or to operate with reduced staff. But the war also spread barbecue knowledge geographically. Soldiers from across the country trained together at southern bases, exposing northern men to southern barbecue for the first time. A man from Michigan, stationed in Texas, might encounter brisket. A Californian in North Carolina would taste vinegar-based pulled pork. These experiences created nostalgia. After the war, veterans returned home wanting to recreate flavors they'd discovered in service. The military itself served barbecue occasionally, though typically as a special treat rather than regular fare. Base cookouts might feature pick-cooked meat for holiday celebrations or unit gatherings. These events, while not matching civilian barbecue quality, familiarized millions with the concept and created positive associations. The immediate post-war years saw barbecue restaurants struggle to reopen and rebuild. Meat rationing continued briefly after 1945. Equipment was still scarce. Many men who'd left barbecue businesses for war work or military service didn't return. They'd found other opportunities or been killed in combat. The disruption meant some traditional knowledge was lost as elder pitmasters died without passing on techniques to a younger generation scattered by war. But as the late 1940s gave way to the 1950s, America entered a period of unprecedented prosperity. The post-war economic boom created a large middle class with disposable income and leisure time. The GI Bill enabled home ownership on a massive scale. Suburbanization accelerated as Americans fled cities for new developments of single-family homes with yards. And this suburban transformation would fundamentally change American barbecue. The suburban home, with its backyard, created new possibilities for domestic life. The yard wasn't farmland. It was recreational space, a place for leisure activities. And cooking outdoors, which had been a necessity or a special occasion community event, began transforming into a casual weekend activity. The backyard cookout became emblematic of the American dream: home ownership, leisure time, gathering friends and family. This transformation required equipment suitable for home use. Traditional barbecue pits, large, permanent, requiring constant attention for hours, didn't fit suburban life. What was needed was something smaller, portable, and relatively quick. Enter the grill. Outdoor grills existed before the 1950s, of course. Simple braziers, metal bowls on legs that held charcoal with a grate above, had been available for years, but they were crude, unsafe, and produced inconsistent results. In 1952, George Stephen, a welder working for Weber Brothers Metalworks in Chicago, invented something revolutionary: the covered kettle grill. Stephen's innovation was elegant. He cut a metal buoy in half, creating a bowl-shaped bottom and a lid. He added legs, vents for airflow control, and a grate for holding food. The result was the Weber kettle grill, and it changed everything. The lid trapped heat and smoke, allowing for more even cooking and creating a convection effect that could cook food faster while imparting some smoke flavor. The vents allowed heat control. The design was stable, safe, and effective. The Weber kettle wasn't a barbecue smoker in the traditional sense. It cooked much faster, at higher temperatures, with less smoke. What you produced on a Weber kettle was grilled food, not pit-smoked barbecue. But to millions of Americans buying them in the 1950s, this distinction didn't matter. They called it barbecuing. They bought bottled barbecue sauce to baste chicken and hamburgers. They invited neighbors for backyard barbecues. In popular usage, the word barbecue was expanding to encompass all outdoor cooking over charcoal. This linguistic and conceptual shift troubled traditional pitmasters. What people were doing on Weber kettles in 15 minutes wasn't barbecue in the traditional sense. It was grilling. Real barbecue required hours, smoke, low heat, specific techniques. You couldn't make real barbecue on a suburban grill. But the popular understanding was changing, and barbecue was becoming an umbrella term for outdoor cooking rather than a specific technique. The suburban, backyard barbecue also introduced interesting gender dynamics. In the 1950s, cooking indoors was women's work, part of the domestic duties that post-war culture insisted were feminine responsibilities. But outdoor cooking became coded as masculine. The man of the house would cook on the grill, often making a performance of it, while women prepared everything else: the side dishes, the table settings, the indoor preparations. This gendering of outdoor cooking had no basis in barbecue tradition. Many famous pitmasters were men, but women had also been barbecue cooks throughout history, particularly in home and community settings. The idea that outdoor cooking was inherently masculine was a suburban invention, reflecting 1950s gender ideology more than barbecue tradition. But it proved powerful and persistent. The backyard barbecue became a ritualized expression of post-war domesticity. Father would come home from work, change into casual clothes, light the grill, and cook while drinking beer and chatting with neighbors. Mother would bring out potato salad, baked beans, coleslaw. Children would play in the yard. The scene represented prosperity, security, normalcy. Everything the Depression and war had denied, and everything post-war Americans desperately wanted. Manufacturers recognized the market potential and capitalized on it. Weber wasn't alone. Other companies produced competing grill designs. Charcoal briquettes, which had existed since Henry Ford's company began making them from wood scraps in the 1920s, became a major consumer product. The Kingsford Company, which would eventually dominate the charcoal briquette market, ramped up production to meet demand from millions of new grill owners. Cookbooks began featuring sections on barbecue that were really about grilling. Magazine articles offered tips for backyard barbecue parties. Newspaper food sections ran recipes for grilled foods and barbecue sauces. This documentation represented democratization. For the first time, ordinary people had access to written guidance about outdoor cooking, but it also represented dilution, as the complex traditional craft of pit barbecue was simplified into cook meat on grill, apply sauce. Bottled barbecue sauce sales exploded during this period. Suburban grillers wanted the flavor of barbecue without the time and expertise required for proper smoking. Sauce manufacturers promised that their products could deliver authentic barbecue taste to foods cooked quickly on a grill. Some sauces made regional claims, Kansas City style or Carolina style, though these often bore limited resemblance to actual regional traditions. Traditional barbecue restaurants and pitmasters watched these developments with mixed feelings. On one hand, the popularization of outdoor cooking and the cultural prestige of barbecue raised the profile of what they did professionally. On the other hand, what suburbanites called barbecue bore little resemblance to proper pit-smoked meat. The distinction between grilling and barbecuing, which traditional practitioners understood clearly, was being lost in popular culture. Some traditional operations thrived during this period by maintaining their craft while capitalizing on barbecue's growing popularity. Arthur Bryant's operation in Kansas City gained wider recognition. Morris and Leonard Bessinger opened their barbecue restaurant in South Carolina in 1939, surviving the war and expanding in the post-war boom. In Texas, Louis Mueller opened his barbecue operation in Taylor in 1949, continuing the Central Texas meat market tradition of smoked beef sold by the pound. These establishments succeeded by refusing to compromise. They cooked meat the traditional way, low, slow, with smoke for hours, and served customers who wanted real barbecue. But they were increasingly anomalies. The vast majority of Americans experiencing barbecue in the 1950s were doing so in their suburban backyards on Weber kettles, cooking burgers and hot dogs with bottled sauce, calling it barbecue, and having no idea that what they were doing represented a dramatic departure from tradition. By 1955, American barbecue existed in two increasingly separate worlds. There was traditional barbecue, regional styles, expert practitioners, slow smoking, communal or commercial, but are always rooted in specific techniques and traditions. And there was backyard barbecue, suburban, casual, quick, accessible to anyone with a grill and charcoal. The two shared a name and some conceptual overlap, but they were fundamentally different practices. This bifurcation would only deepen in the coming decades. Mass production, mass marketing, and suburban culture would continue democratizing outdoor cooking, making it easier and more accessible, but also more distant from traditional craft. The tension between accessibility and authenticity, between popular participation and expert knowledge, between mass market and tradition, these tensions, emerging clearly in the post-war period, would define the next chapter of barbecue's evolution. Between 1955 and 1975, outdoor cooking in America exploded from a suburban novelty into a national phenomenon. What had begun as traditional Southern pit barbecue and evolved into backyard grilling now became big business. Mass-produced equipment, nationally distributed products, corporate chains, and media coverage. Millions of Americans enthusiastically participated in what they called barbecue, while traditional pitmasters watched their craft simultaneously celebrated and misunderstood on an unprecedented scale. The backyard grill became as common as the lawnmower in suburban America during these 2 decades. By 1960, an estimated 8 million American households owned outdoor grills. By 1970, that number had more than tripled. The grill wasn't just cooking equipment, it was a symbol of the good life, featured prominently in advertisements for suburban homes, depicted in television shows as the natural backdrop for family gatherings, and understood as essential equipment for the modern American household. Weber continued dominating the charcoal grill market with its kettle design, but competitors emerged offering variations. Some manufacturers produced rectangular grills. Others experimented with different lid designs or vent systems. The proliferation of designs reflected robust demand. Consumers were buying grills in such quantities that multiple companies could thrive in the market. The fuel for all these grills came increasingly from one source: Kingsford charcoal briquettes. The company, which had originated in Henry Ford's effort to use wood scraps from Model T production, had been producing briquettes since the 1920s. But demand exploded in the post-war period. Kingsford invested heavily in production capacity, distribution networks, and advertising. The company's marketing was brilliant in its simplicity. Kingsford positioned charcoal briquettes as the easy, reliable way to fuel outdoor cooking. Unlike wood, which varied in quality and required expertise to burn properly, briquettes were uniform. They lit consistently, burned predictably, produced steady heat. The message was clear. Anyone could achieve good results with Kingsford charcoal. No expertise required, no skill needed. Just follow the instructions on the bag. This democratization of fuel paralleled the democratization of outdoor cooking itself. Traditional pit barbecue had required knowledge, which woods to use, how to season them, how to manage different burning characteristics. But that knowledge was now unnecessary for suburban grillers using standardized briquettes. The trade-off was that briquettes produced less complex smoke flavor than hardwood, but most backyard cooks didn't know the difference or didn't care. Convenience trumped tradition. By the 1960s, Kingsford charcoal had become ubiquitous. Supermarkets stocked it prominently, especially during summer months. Hardware stores displayed it near the grills. Gas stations sold bags for weekend cooking. The company's success created a feedback loop. More grills led to more charcoal demand, which supported more advertising, which encouraged more people to buy grills. But charcoal faced competition from a new innovation: the gas grill. The first practical gas grills for home use appeared in the late 1950s, and by the 1960s, several manufacturers were producing them. Gas grills offered compelling advantages: no charcoal to buy and store, no ashes to clean, instant heat at the turn of a knob, precise temperature control. For time-pressed suburban families, these conveniences were appealing. Traditional barbecue enthusiasts were horrified. Gas grills produced no smoke flavor whatsoever. They were essentially outdoor ovens. What they produced was cooked food, nothing more. The smoke that was fundamental to barbecue, the complex flavors from wood combustion, the patient management of fire, none of this existed with gas grills. Yet manufacturers marketed them as barbecue grills, and consumers bought them by the millions. The charcoal versus gas debate became one of the defining arguments of American outdoor cooking culture. Charcoal advocates argued that gas grills couldn't produce real barbecue flavor and represented surrender to convenience over quality. Gas grill defenders countered that the convenience allowed more frequent outdoor cooking, and that most people couldn't taste much difference anyway. The debate revealed deepening divisions between purists and pragmatists, between those who valued tradition and those who embraced innovation. The period also saw the emergence of fast food barbecue chains, attempting to industrialize and standardize what had been a craft tradition. These chains promised quick service, consistent products, and familiar taste across multiple locations. The same principles that made McDonald's successful applied to barbecue. Some chains genuinely attempted to preserve traditional smoking methods while scaling up production. They built large smokers, hired experienced pitmasters, and worked to maintain quality across locations. But the economic pressures of the chain model, speed, consistency, labor costs, often pushed toward shortcuts. Meat might be partially cooked in smokers, then finished in ovens for speed. Liquid smoke might supplement or replace real smoking. Sauces became sweeter and thicker to mask quality variations in meat. Other chains didn't even pretend to traditional methods. They served grilled or roasted meat with sweet sauce, called it barbecue, and counted on consumers who'd never experienced real pit-smoked meat to accept the substitute. These operations succeeded commercially. People bought the food and chains expanded, but they further muddied the definition of barbecue. Traditional barbecue restaurants faced difficult competition from chains. A family operation cooking meat the old way, low, slow, 12 to 20 hours, couldn't match the speed or prices of an operation using industrial equipment and shortcuts. Some traditional places closed, unable to compete. Others stubbornly maintained their methods, serving customers who recognized and valued the difference, accepting lower profits to preserve their craft. Bottled barbecue sauce became a supermarket staple during this period, with dozens of brands competing for shelf space. Kraft introduced its barbecue sauce in 1960, leveraging its national distribution network to make it available everywhere. Regional brands tried to compete, often by emphasizing authenticity, made in Memphis, or genuine Carolina style, but struggled against corporate marketing budgets. The sauces themselves grew sweeter and thicker, reflecting American taste preferences of the era. Tomato, corn syrup, and molasses featured prominently in ingredient lists. The vinegar-based sauces of Carolina tradition found limited representation, deemed too harsh or sour for mass-market appeal. What succeeded commercially were sweet, thick sauces that resembled ketchup more than traditional barbecue sauces. Cookbooks proliferated, promising to teach readers how to achieve authentic barbecue at home. James Beard's cookbooks included sections on outdoor cooking. Sunset magazine, hugely influential in Western states, published guides to patio cooking and grilling. These publications provided recipes and techniques, making knowledge previously transmitted orally now available in printed form. But much was lost in translation. Written recipes couldn't fully capture the sensory knowledge traditional pitmasters possessed, the feel of proper coal temperature, the smell that indicated meat was done, the intuitive adjustment of vents and dampers based on weather conditions. Cookbook recipes simplified complex processes into step-by-step instructions that often missed crucial nuances. Television also discovered barbecue during this period. Local cooking shows might feature segments on grilling. National programs occasionally highlighted famous barbecue restaurants or regional traditions. These media appearances increased awareness of regional styles. Americans in Oregon might learn about Memphis barbecue or Texas brisket through television, but the format rarely allowed for demonstrating actual long-form smoking. Television favored grilling, which could be demonstrated quickly within program time constraints. The effect of this media coverage was paradoxical. It spread awareness of regional barbecue traditions nationally, creating appreciation for diversity and excellence. But it also homogenized understanding, reducing complex regional traditions to simple stereotypes. Memphis means ribs. Texas means brisket. Carolina means vinegar sauce. The nuances within regions, the variations between pitmasters, the depth of technique, these rarely survived mass media treatment. Regional styles did gain national awareness during this period, particularly as travel became easier and more common. Interstate highways, completed during the 1950s and 1960s, connected the country as never before. A family driving from Ohio to Florida for vacation might stop at a famous barbecue restaurant in Tennessee or North Carolina, experiencing regional styles firsthand. These encounters created demand for regional products in other areas. South Carolina mustard sauce might appear in Midwestern supermarkets, or Kansas City-style ribs might be served in California restaurants. Food critics and journalists began paying attention to barbecue as worthy of serious coverage. Articles in national magazines profiled famous pitmasters or compared regional styles. These pieces, while often superficial, legitimized barbecue as a subject deserving attention beyond mere folksy interest. Barbecue was being recognized as an authentic American culinary tradition, even as mass market forces were transforming it. The period also saw growing African American pride in barbecue traditions, though this was complicated by the civil rights movement and changing economic patterns. On one hand, barbecue represented a field where Black expertise was acknowledged and where successful Black-owned businesses existed. Arthur Bryant in Kansas City, the Bessinger family in South Carolina, before Morris's later notorious views, and countless other Black pitmasters could claim legitimate mastery and economic success. On the other hand, the commercialization and whitening of barbecue sometimes erased Black contributions. Corporate chains and suburban backyard culture often disconnected barbecue from its African American roots in popular understanding. White-owned chains might employ Black cooks, but claim ownership of traditions those cooks had developed. The complicated racial politics of American food culture were fully visible in barbecue's evolution. By the early 1970s, outdoor cooking had become thoroughly normalized in American culture. The sight of a man standing at a backyard grill on a summer weekend was completely ordinary, so common as to be cliched. Stores sold specialized tools for grilling: long-handled spatulas, basting brushes, meat thermometers, grill brushes. Entire sections of supermarkets were devoted to outdoor cooking supplies and foods. The industry was thriving economically. Weber had become a major corporation. Kingsford charcoal was a household name. Barbecue sauce brands competed for market share. Grill manufacturers, large and small, sold millions of units annually. In purely commercial terms, outdoor cooking was a spectacular success story. But something was indeed being lost in this golden age of expansion. The distinction between grilling and smoking, between backyard cooking and traditional pit barbecue, had blurred in popular understanding almost to the point of erasure. Millions of Americans who grilled hamburgers on Weber kettles believed they were barbecuing, using the word without understanding its traditional meaning. Traditional pitmasters, particularly in the South, maintained their craft and defended their definitions. Real barbecue meant low heat, long time, smoke, specific techniques passed down through generations. What happened in suburban backyards was something else: grilling, outdoor cooking, but not barbecue in the traditional sense. Yet these pitmasters were increasingly voices in the wilderness, insisting on distinctions that mass culture was happily ignoring. The regional styles that had developed over centuries: Carolina whole hog with vinegar sauce, Texas beef brisket with dry rub, Memphis ribs with sweet tangy glaze, Kansas City's eclectic mix still existed and still had passionate practitioners and defenders. But they were now competing for attention with national brands, with corporate chains, with backyard grillers, all claiming the barbecue label. The period from 1955 to 1975 represented both triumph and crisis for American barbecue. Triumph, because outdoor cooking had become a beloved national pastime, because millions were participating enthusiastically, because barbecue had achieved cultural prominence. Crisis, because the traditional craft was being simultaneously popularized and diluted, celebrated and misunderstood, spread widely while losing depth. As the 1970s progressed, these tensions would intensify. The next decades would see growing awareness of what was being lost, attempts to preserve and revive traditional techniques, and fierce debates about authenticity and evolution. But they would also see continued commercialization, further technological innovation, and new generations of Americans defining barbecue on their own terms, for better or worse. The golden age of expansion had democratized outdoor cooking, making it accessible to everyone. The question becoming impossible to avoid was, at what cost? By the mid-1970s, American barbecue was experiencing an identity crisis that would define the next 15 years. The democratization and commercialization that had seemed like unambiguous progress now revealed a darker side, the potential loss of traditional knowledge, the dilution of regional identities, and fundamental questions about what barbecue actually meant. The period from 1975 to 1990 saw fierce debates about authenticity, growing awareness of what was being lost, and the first stirrings of a movement to preserve traditions before they disappeared entirely. The gas versus charcoal debate, which had simmered since gas grills appeared in the 1960s, intensified into something approaching tribal warfare. What might have been a simple matter of equipment preference became a proxy battle over values, convenience versus tradition, modern efficiency versus time-honored practice, technological progress versus authentic craft. Gas grill manufacturers had refined their products considerably by the late 1970s. New models offered multiple burners for heat zone control, built-in thermometers, side shelves, and other conveniences. They marketed heavily on ease of use, no charcoal to light, no ash to clean, instant heat, simple temperature adjustment. For busy families, these advantages were compelling. Gas grill sales steadily increased, and by the 1980s, they were outselling charcoal grills in many markets. Charcoal purists fought back in print, in conversation, and through their purchasing choices. They argued that gas grills produced no smoke flavor, that the convenience came at the cost of everything that made outdoor cooking special, that you might as well cook in your kitchen oven if you were going to use gas. The phrase, "gas grilling isn't real barbecue," became a rallying cry for traditionalists. The debate revealed class and cultural dimensions. Gas grills cost more initially, but saved time, appealing to affluent, time-pressed suburban professionals. Charcoal was cheaper up front and was associated with a more hands-on, less rushed approach to cooking. Regional patterns emerged too. with gas grills becoming more common in western and northern states, while charcoal maintained stronger loyalty in the South and Midwest, where traditional barbecue had deeper roots. But the gas-charcoal debate was just one front in larger authenticity wars. Fast food barbecue chains continued expanding during this period, and their relationship with traditional barbecue grew increasingly contentious. Chains like Famous Dave's, Sonny's BBQ, and Dickey's Barbecue Pit opened locations across multiple states, promising consistent barbecue wherever you were. Traditional pitmasters and barbecue journalists began openly criticizing these chains. The accusations were specific. Meat wasn't actually smoked for hours, but might be partially cooked in industrial ovens, then finished briefly in smokers for appearance. Liquid smoke was added to approximate smoke flavor. Sweet, thick sauces masked inferior meat quality. Staff weren't trained pitmasters, but minimum wage workers following corporate procedures. The food might be adequate, critics conceded, but calling it barbecue was misleading at best, fraudulent at worst. The chains defended themselves by pointing to their success. Millions of satisfied customers couldn't all be wrong. They argued they were making barbecue accessible to people in areas without traditional barbecue culture, that they were introducing the concept to new audiences, that not everyone could or should have to seek out tiny, obscure smokehouse operations. The debate was essentially about whether barbecue required traditional methods or whether the term could encompass industrial approximations. Food critics and journalists began taking sides. Some championed traditional operations, writing lovingly about old pit masters who still cooked whole hogs over wood coals for 16 hours, warning that these traditions would vanish if not appreciated and patronized. Others argued that food culture naturally evolved, that romanticizing the past was naive, that innovation and adaptation were valid. The barbecue section of bookstores and magazine racks became contested territory. Regional purists also battled against fusion and innovation. As American food culture became more adventurous in the 1980s, influenced by increasing ethnic diversity, travel, and the early stirrings of the foodie movement, some cooks began experimenting with barbecue. Korean-inspired marinades on pork ribs, Thai spices in barbecue rubs, barbecue-sauced pizzas, sweet teriyaki fusion glazes. Traditional regional advocates viewed these experiments with horror. Carolina pitmasters didn't spend generations perfecting vinegar pepper sauce, so some chef could add ginger and soy sauce. Texas brisket didn't need cumin lime rubs. It needed salt, pepper, smoke, and thyme. Memphis ribs were fine as they were, without pomegranate molasses glazes. The fusion experimenters were disrespecting traditions they didn't fully understand. The experimenters countered that food had always evolved through cultural contact, and that trying to freeze barbecue in some imagined traditional form was itself artificial. American barbecue was already fusion. Indigenous, European, and African techniques had combined to create it. Why was that fusion legitimate, but new fusions weren't? The debate reflected broader tensions in American culture about tradition, innovation, and cultural ownership. Health concerns emerged as another complicating factor during this period. Research in the late 1970s and 1980s suggested that charred meat, particularly meat cooked at high temperatures over open flames, produced potentially carcinogenic compounds. Heterocyclic amines and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, HCAs and PAHs, formed when meat was grilled or charred, and laboratory studies indicated these compounds might increase cancer risk. The media coverage of these findings alarmed backyard grillers and threatened the entire outdoor cooking industry. Headlines warned about cancer risks from grilled meat. Health-conscious consumers worried whether their beloved summer cookouts might be dangerous. The research was preliminary, and the actual risk to humans remained unclear, but the potential for harm couldn't be dismissed. The barbecue industry and advocates responded in several ways. Some emphasized that traditional low and slow smoking produced less char than high-heat grilling, potentially reducing risk. Others pointed out that the research involved animal studies with exposure levels far beyond what humans would experience. Still others argued that the health benefits of social gathering, outdoor activity, and home-cooked meals outweighed theoretical risks from occasional grilled food. The controversy never reached crisis proportions. Americans didn't abandon outdoor cooking, but it introduced doubt and anxiety where none had existed before. The innocent pleasure of a summer cookout now carried whispers of risk. Some people modified their grilling practices, avoiding char or cooking at lower temperatures. Others ignored the warnings entirely, deciding life was too short to worry about everything. Environmental concerns added another dimension. Wood smoke pollution became a recognized issue in some areas, particularly during winter months in mountain valleys, where temperature inversions trap smoke close to ground level. Some municipalities considered or implemented restrictions on wood burning, including wood used for barbecue smoking. Traditional pitmasters who burned wood for hours producing copious smoke potentially ran afoul of air quality regulations. The environmental critique also extended to resource consumption. Was it responsible to burn wood or charcoal just for flavor when more efficient cooking methods existed? The question rarely threatened backyard grilling. People weren't giving up their Weber kettles over environmental concerns, but it complicated the moral certainty that had previously surrounded outdoor cooking. What had been pure wholesome pleasure now carried environmental costs. Perhaps most poignantly, the legendary pitmasters who represented living links to barbecues past were aging out during this period. Men and women who'd learned barbecue in the 1920s and 1930s, who represented unbroken transmission of traditional knowledge, were reaching their 70s and 80s. Some had trained successors, but many hadn't. And when they died, their particular knowledge and techniques died with them. Adam Scott, the legendary North Carolina pitmaster who'd opened his restaurant in 1917, died in 1987 at age 94. He represented a direct connection to early commercial barbecue, a time when techniques were still purely traditional and the craft hadn't been complicated by industrial methods or commercial pressures. His passing symbolized a generation of knowledge disappearing. Similar losses occurred across the South, and wherever traditional barbecue had flourished, pitmasters who'd cooked through the Depression and World War II, who'd maintained traditional methods through decades of modernization pressure, were reaching the ends of their lives. Some had restaurants that would continue. Family members or trained successors took over. But the personal knowledge, the intuitive mastery that came from 50 years of managing fires and smoking meat couldn't be fully transferred. Food historians and journalists began recognizing the urgency of documenting these traditions before it was too late. Books appeared profiling famous pit masters and regional styles. Newspaper articles featured aging experts explaining their techniques. Some journalists traveled extensively, visiting traditional operations across the South, trying to capture in words and photographs what was in danger of being lost. This documentation was valuable but incomplete. You can't fully capture in writing what proper cold temperature feels like when you hold your hand a certain distance from the pit. You can't photograph the subtle color change in meat that indicates it's done. You can't record in words the complex, intuitive decision-making that expert pit masters employed continuously while cooking. The most profound knowledge remained embodied, experiential, resistant to documentation. The period also saw the first serious scholarly attention to barbecue. Anthropologists, sociologists, and food historians began treating barbecue as worthy of academic study. Dissertations examined barbecue's cultural significance. Articles in food studies, journals analyzed regional variations. This academic interest legitimized barbecue as a subject deserving serious intellectual attention. But it also created potential for academic appropriation of working class and predominantly black traditions. Economic pressures were crushing many traditional operations. Small family-owned restaurants that had operated for decades found themselves competing not just with chains, but with changing neighborhoods, shifting demographics, rising property values that made modest barbecue joints unsustainable. In cities like Memphis and Kansas City, famous historic barbecue districts were experiencing urban renewal that pushed out old establishments. Some traditional restaurants adapted by modernizing, adding seating, expanding menus, updating facilities to meet new health codes. Others stubbornly maintained their original character, accepting smaller customer bases rather than compromise. Still others simply closed, defeated by economic realities that made traditional barbecue increasingly difficult to sustain commercially. The authenticity debates of this period often had racial dimensions that went unacknowledged. Much traditional barbecue expertise was held by African American pitmasters, yet food media and emerging barbecue tourism often centered white-owned operations or white experts. The appropriation of black culinary knowledge by white chefs and entrepreneurs, common throughout American food culture, occurred in barbecue too, with credit and economic benefits flowing away from the communities that had developed the traditions. By 1990, the identity crisis was fully apparent to anyone paying attention. Traditional barbecue, low and slow smoking with wood, regional variations, craft knowledge passed through generations, existed in specific places, practiced by dedicated individuals. But barbecue, in common usage, meant almost anything cooked outdoors, from gas-grilled hot dogs to chain restaurant pulled pork to backyard burgers. The gap between these definitions was enormous and seemingly unbridgeable. Yet paradoxically, this crisis of identity was creating awareness. The debates about authenticity, the concerns about losing traditions, the recognition that something valuable was disappearing, these were mobilizing people who cared. Food writers were documenting traditional methods. Young cooks were seeking out old pitmasters to learn from them. Customers were beginning to distinguish between real and ersatz barbecue, between chains and authentic operations. The question as the 1990s began was whether this awareness had come too late. Had too much knowledge already been lost? Had commercialization and convenience culture made traditional craft barbecue economically unviable? Or was there still time for revival, for preservation, for a new generation to pick up techniques before the old masters all died? The identity crisis of the 1975-1990 period had diagnosed the problem clearly. Whether the cure would arrive in time remained uncertain. But at least people were finally paying attention, recognizing what was at stake, and beginning to fight for traditions that deserved to survive. That recognition, tentative and incomplete as it was, would prove crucial for what happened next. The crisis awareness of the previous decades sparked something unexpected, a barbecue renaissance. Between 1990 and 2005, traditional barbecue experienced a remarkable revival, driven by competition culture, media attention, a new generation of dedicated practitioners, and growing appreciation for regional authenticity. What had seemed destined for extinction as a living craft instead found new life, new audiences, and new respect. But this revival came with its own complications, as competition culture, media coverage, and commercialization transformed even as they preserved. The Kansas City Barbecue Society, founded in 1986, represented perhaps the most significant institutional development in modern barbecue history. KCBS began as a small organization dedicated to promoting Kansas City barbecue, but quickly evolved into the sanctioning body for competitive barbecue nationwide. By establishing standardized rules, judging criteria, and a point system that allowed competitors to accumulate rankings across multiple contests, KCBS created professional, competitive barbecue as we know it. The competition circuit that emerged in the 1990s transformed barbecue in profound ways. Suddenly, there was a structure for objectively comparing different cooks' skills. Competitions happened most weekends, somewhere in America, allowing dedicated competitors to travel a circuit, accumulating points toward championship status. Prize money, while never enormous, became significant enough that a few top teams could support themselves primarily through competition. Competitive barbecue required different skills than restaurant barbecue. Competitions judged specific categories, typically brisket, pork ribs, pork shoulder, and chicken, with entries evaluated on appearance, tenderness, and taste. Competitors learn to optimize for these criteria, often producing barbecue that looked more perfect and tasted more intense than what you'd find in traditional restaurants. The meat had to be visually flawless, uniformly cooked, and deliver maximum flavor impact in a single bite for judges who tasted dozens of entries. This competition aesthetic began influencing commercial barbecue. Restaurant owners who competed successfully would incorporate competition techniques into their operations. Customers who judged at competitions developed expectations shaped by competition-style barbecue. The line between competition and traditional barbecue began blurring, not always beneficially. Competition barbecue optimized for a specific judging context didn't necessarily translate to the best everyday eating. But competitions also preserved and spread traditional knowledge. Competitors sought out old pit masters to learn techniques. Regional methods that might have remained purely local gained exposure as competitors from different areas brought their traditions to national contests. A Carolina pitmaster competing in Texas would introduce judges to vinegar-based sauces. A Texas team competing in Memphis would showcase Central Texas-style brisket. Competition culture created unprecedented cross-pollination of regional traditions. The competitions also democratized barbecue expertise. You didn't need to be born into a barbecue family or apprentice for years at a famous restaurant to become recognized as excellent. Anyone could enter competitions, and if your barbecue scored well consistently, you gained credibility regardless of background. This meritocratic aspect appealed to a generation of outdoor cooking enthusiasts who wanted to elevate their skills beyond casual backyard grilling. The Kansas City Barbecue Society grew rapidly through the 1990s, sanctioning hundreds of competitions annually by the decade's end. The American Royal World Series of Barbecue in Kansas City became the sport's championship event, drawing hundreds of teams competing for prestige and prizes. Other organizations emerged. The Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest had been running since 1978 and maintained its position as another premier event. But KCBS became the dominant sanctioning body nationally. Media coverage, particularly the Food Network's launch in 1993, brought barbecue to mainstream attention in unprecedented ways. The Food Network needed content, and barbecue provided compelling television, smoke, fire, colorful personalities, regional diversity, the drama of competition. Shows like BBQ with Bobby Flay introduced viewers to different regional styles and famous pitmasters. Competition shows followed competitors through contests, creating narrative tension around judging results. This exposure was double-edged. On one hand, it raised barbecue's profile enormously. Millions of Americans who'd never thought much about barbecue beyond backyard grilling learned about low and slow smoking, regional variations, and traditional techniques. Famous pitmasters became minor celebrities. Traditional restaurants that had served local communities for decades suddenly found tourists arriving because they'd been featured on television. On the other hand, television's need for visual interest and narrative drama sometimes distorted barbecue culture. Shows emphasized conflict and competition over patient craft. They prioritized telegenic personalities over the most skilled practitioners. Complex regional traditions got reduced to sound bites. Memphis means ribs. Texas means brisket. That flattened nuance. And television's influence meant operations that got featured received disproportionate attention, regardless of whether they were actually the best exemplars of their traditions. A new generation of chefs and food enthusiasts began taking barbecue seriously during this period, approaching it with the intensity previously reserved for fine dining. These weren't people born into barbecue families or communities. They were often college-educated professionals who discovered barbecue as a craft worthy of dedication and mastery. Some left other careers to open barbecue restaurants or compete professionally. Others remained amateurs but pursued barbecue with hobbyist intensity that rivaled any professional. This demographic shift brought new energy and resources to barbecue, but also created tensions. Traditional pitmasters, often working class and predominantly black or rural white, sometimes viewed the new enthusiasts skeptically. These newcomers with their engineering degrees and obsessive equipment modifications and endless online forum discussions. Did they respect the traditions they were adopting, or were they appropriating and gentrifying a working-class craft? The question was complicated because the newcomers often genuinely revered traditional barbecue and sought to learn from master pitmasters. Books published during this period documented regional traditions extensively, often written by journalists or food historians who'd spent years researching. Vince Statton's Jack Daniel's Old-Time Barbecue Cookbook, 1990, explored regional variations. Lollis Eric Ely's Smokestack Lightning, 1996, profiled primarily African-American pitmasters across the South, documenting their techniques and life stories. These books served crucial archival functions, capturing knowledge before it disappeared. But they also commodified traditions, making private or community knowledge publicly available for anyone to study and replicate. Traditional pitmasters had mixed feelings, pride in being recognized, but also awareness that their expertise, which had economic value because it was scarce, was being documented and disseminated. Political campaigns discovered or rediscovered barbecue during this period. Politicians had used barbecue as a campaign tool since the 19th century, but the practice intensified in the 1990s and early 2000s. Presidential candidates campaigned at famous barbecue restaurants, positioning themselves as regular folks who appreciated authentic American traditions. The photo opportunity at a barbecue joint became a standard campaign visual. This attention was economically beneficial for featured restaurants, but also potentially distorting. Some operations became known more for political associations than for their food, and the political use of barbecue sometimes glossed over the craft and cultural significance, reducing it to a prop for authenticity-seeking politicians. The slow food movement, which emphasized traditional food production, local sourcing, and resistance to industrial food systems, embraced barbecue as an exemplar of their values. Traditional pit barbecue, with its long cooking times, use of local woods, and craft knowledge, fit perfectly with slow food philosophy. This alignment gave traditional barbecue additional cultural prestige and provided philosophical framework for defending it against industrial and convenience-oriented alternatives. Slow food advocates celebrated pitmasters who still cooked whole hogs over wood fires for 16 hours. They promoted traditional regional sources against homogenized commercial products. They argued that barbecue's time-intensive nature wasn't inefficiency, but rather appropriate respect for ingredients and tradition. This intellectual defense complemented the practical efforts of traditional pitmasters trying to maintain their craft. Equipment innovation during this period produced tools that occupied interesting middle ground between traditional craft and modern convenience. The big green egg, a ceramic cooker based on ancient Japanese Kamado designs but adapted for American barbecue, exemplified this. Introduced to the American market in the 1970s, but gaining real popularity in the 1990s, the big green egg offered remarkable versatility. It could grill hot and fast or smoke low and slow, with excellent heat retention and fuel efficiency. The big green egg and similar ceramic cookers appealed to serious barbecue enthusiasts who wanted better than standard grills but valued convenience. Traditional offset smokers couldn't provide. The cookers were expensive, marketed as premium equipment, and developed cult followings among users who shared techniques online. This represented a new category of barbecue practitioner, affluent hobbyists with disposable income for expensive equipment, willing to spend weekends perfecting brisket, but doing so in suburban backyards rather than commercial operations. Other equipment innovations included sophisticated temperature controllers that automated fire management, allowing cooks to maintain precise temperatures overnight without constant attention. These devices used thermocouples and computer-controlled fans to regulate airflow, essentially creating automated pitmasters. Purists argued this removed skill from the equation. If a computer managed the fire, where was the craft? Pragmatists countered that maintaining steady temperature was important, but was just one aspect of barbecue, and automation freed cooks to focus on meat selection, preparation, and timing. The Internet transformed barbecue knowledge sharing during this period. Online forums and websites dedicated to barbecue appeared in the mid-1990s and proliferated through the early 2000s. These platforms allowed enthusiasts to share techniques, troubleshoot problems, post photos of their results, and debate endlessly about methods, equipment, and regional styles. Knowledge that had been transmitted person to person or through expensive trial and error could now be shared freely online. This democratization of knowledge had profound effects. A beginner in Minnesota with no local barbecue tradition could learn Texas-style brisket techniques from experts posting online. Competition secrets that teams had guarded carefully began circulating. Detailed discussions of wood combustion, meat science, and smoking chemistry appeared, bringing previously intuitive knowledge into explicit discussion. But something was also lost in this translation to digital knowledge. The embodied expertise of traditional pitmasters, the feel of proper temperature, the smell indicating doneness, the intuitive adjustments based on weather and meat condition, couldn't be fully captured in forum posts and photos. Online knowledge was valuable, but incomplete, creating practitioners who knew theory better than many traditional cooks, but lacked the embodied wisdom that came from decades of practice. By the early 2000s, competitive barbecue had become a significant subculture with its own media, celebrities, and internal debates. Teams invested thousands of dollars in custom-built competition trailers, equipped with multiple smokers and full kitchen facilities. The top competitors were known by name in the community. Barbecue festivals drew hundreds of teams and tens of thousands of spectators. Corporate sponsorships appeared, with equipment manufacturers and source companies backing teams. This professionalization meant competition barbecue was thriving, but it also created distance from barbecue's roots as democratic, accessible food. A competition rig costing $50,000 and a team traveling the country to compete bore little resemblance to the neighborhood barbecue stand or the church fundraiser cookout. Competition culture had created something new: spectator sport barbecue, performance barbecue, that coexisted sometimes uncomfortably with traditional everyday barbecue. Restaurant barbecue experienced revival too. Young chefs who'd cut their teeth in fine dining decided to open barbecue restaurants, bringing technique and standards from haute cuisine to traditional barbecue. In some cases, this elevated the craft: better sourcing, more refined execution, thoughtful beverage programs. In others, it created pretentious barbecue that lost sight of the tradition's essential character as unpretentious, accessible food. Some traditional operations that had survived the difficult decades prior found new appreciation and success. Arthur Bryant's in Kansas City, which had been struggling, was revitalized by renewed interest in traditional barbecue. Louis Mueller Barbecue in Taylor, Texas, maintained its commitment to traditional Central Texas methods and found its reputation growing nationally. These successes showed that traditional craft barbecue could thrive economically if quality and authenticity were maintained. By 2005, barbecue had been genuinely revived. Competition culture had created structure and spread knowledge. Media coverage had raised its profile. A new generation had embraced it as worthy of serious dedication. Books had documented traditions. Equipment innovations had made quality barbecue more achievable for enthusiasts. The crisis of the previous decades had been answered with genuine renaissance. But this revival created new questions and challenges. Competition culture was spreading techniques, but also homogenizing results toward competition-optimized styles. Media attention brought customers, but also tourists, seeking photo opportunities rather than understanding. The new generation of enthusiasts brought passion, but sometimes lacked deep connection to the cultural roots of barbecue traditions. And the internet, which democratized knowledge, was about to globalize barbecue in ways that would further complicate questions of authenticity, tradition, and evolution. The revival had saved barbecue from extinction as living craft. But what it was reviving into was something both old and new, traditional and transformed, local and increasingly global. Between 2005 and 2015, barbecue underwent perhaps its most rapid transformation since the post-World War II suburban revolution. The internet matured from novelty to ubiquity. Social media reshaped how people discovered and shared food experiences, and American barbecue began spreading globally while simultaneously absorbing influences from other culinary traditions. Traditional regional distinctions persisted, but now existed alongside fusion experiments, molecular gastronomy applications, and international interpretations. Barbecue was becoming simultaneously more global and more fractured, more accessible and more complicated. Online forums dedicated to barbecue evolved from niche gathering places into sophisticated communities with thousands of active members. the virtual Weber Bullet website, BBQ Brethren, the Smoke Ring, and dozens of other forums hosted detailed discussions about every conceivable aspect of barbecue. Members posted temperature logs from overnight brisket cooks, debated optimal wood moisture content, shared modifications to equipment, and troubleshot each other's problems in real time. These forums created a new form of barbecue education, crowdsourced, continuously updated, searchable, and free. A beginner could read through build logs showing how to construct a smoker from scratch. Competition teams shared details of their winning techniques, with discussions running to hundreds of posts analyzing subtle variations in rub composition or wrapping timing. The collective knowledge available online now exceeded what any individual pitmaster, no matter how experienced, could have accumulated personally. But this global knowledge sharing also meant techniques and approaches spread with unprecedented speed, sometimes overwhelming regional traditions. A method pioneered by one competitive team, say, wrapping brisket in butcher paper during cooking, could become standard practice nationwide within months as forum members tried it, reported success, and others adopted it. Innovation accelerated, but so did homogenization. International interest in American barbecue exploded during this period. Barbecue restaurants claiming American authenticity opened in London, Sydney, Tokyo, Stockholm, and dozens of other cities worldwide. Some were operated by American expats, bringing their knowledge abroad. Others were opened by locals who'd visited America, fallen in love with barbecue, and decided to recreate it at home. The quality varied enormously. Some operations genuinely replicated American techniques, while others approximated from limited understanding. This internationalization created fascinating adaptations. Japanese barbecue restaurants might serve brisket alongside Japanese whiskey. Australian operations featured local woods, producing distinctive flavors. European restaurants adapted to local meat supplies and taste preferences. Each international outpost represented both an homage to American barbecue and an interpretation shaped by local context. The spread worked both directions. Korean barbecue, Japanese yakitori, and other Asian grilling traditions gained popularity in America during this same period, creating context for cross-cultural fusion. The Korean barbecue taco, popularized by Roy Choi's Kogi food trucks in Los Angeles starting in 2008, exemplified this fusion impulse. Korean marinated meat in a Mexican tortilla, synthesizing multiple culinary traditions into something new. Traditional regional barbecue advocates viewed fusion experiments with predictable ambivalence. Some saw fusion as creative evolution, the natural continuation of barbecue's history as itself a fusion of indigenous, European, and African traditions. Others viewed it as cultural dilution, arguing that Korean-Mexican fusion tacos, however delicious, had nothing to do with actual barbecue and confused consumers about what barbecue authenticity meant. Even more controversial was the application of modernist cooking techniques to barbecue. Chefs trained in molecular gastronomy and modernist cuisine began approaching barbecue as a technical problem to be solved through scientific understanding. They used sous vide to achieve precise internal temperatures before finishing with smoke. They experimented with hydrocolloids to create innovative sauce textures. They applied liquid nitrogen to smoking wood to generate specific aromatic compounds. The most famous example was probably Nathan Myhrvold's Modernist Cuisine series, 2011 onwards, which included extensive analysis of barbecue from a scientific perspective. The books explained the chemistry of smoke, the physics of heat transfer, the biology of collagen breakdown, making explicit and analytical what traditional pitmasters understood intuitively. The approach was controversial. Was barbecue being elevated through scientific rigor or reduced to mere technique stripped of cultural meaning? Instagram, launched in 2010, transformed how people discovered and shared barbecue. The platform's visual focus made it ideal for food photography, and barbecue, with its dramatic smoke, glistening crusts, and knife-sliced cross-sections revealing smoke rings, proved intensely photogenic. Barbecue restaurants gained followings through Instagram, with customers sharing photos that served as free advertising. This visual culture influenced barbecue aesthetics significantly. Pitmasters became conscious of how their products photographed. Competition-style presentation, perfectly uniform slices, arranged artistically, photographed in good lighting, became aspirational for commercial operations. Some restaurants even created Instagram-optimized dishes designed primarily to photograph well and generate social media engagement. The downside was that visual appeal sometimes took precedence over taste. Meat might be undersmoked or oversauced to achieve better color for photos. Restaurants would remake dishes until they photographed perfectly, prioritizing appearances over efficiency. And customers sometimes seemed more interested in photographing their meals for social media than actually eating and enjoying them. Food photography also accelerated the spread of barbecue trends. When Franklin Barbecue in Austin began receiving national attention around 2009, partly through striking photos of their brisket shared online, the visual imagery spread their reputation far beyond what traditional media coverage could have achieved. Within a few years, Franklin's was internationally famous, with hours-long lines, and Aaron Franklin had become perhaps the most recognizable pitmaster in America. This celebrity culture represented another significant shift. Television shows like BBQ Pitmasters, premiered 2009, and various competitions created celebrity pitmasters whose fame extended beyond their local communities or competition circuits. These figures, Myron Mixon, Tuffy Stone, Johnny Trigg, and others, became brands themselves, with product lines, appearances, and teaching businesses built on their reputations. The celebrity culture had democratizing aspects. These weren't chefs from elite culinary backgrounds, but primarily working-class people who'd gained recognition through competition success. But it also commodified expertise in new ways. A celebrity pitmaster's rub or sauce sold commercially might be financially lucrative, but raised questions about whether success had become more about marketing than craft. Specialty markets for wood and equipment boomed during this period. Companies began selling premium woods, specific species, kiln-dried to precise moisture content, cut to optimal sizes, shipped nationally. Enthusiasts could order post oak from Texas, hickory from Missouri, apple wood from Washington, creating bark and flavor profiles previously limited by geography. This accessibility enabled experimentation, but also meant regional barbecue styles no longer depended on local wood availability, potentially eroding one source of regional distinctiveness. Equipment manufacturers proliferated, serving increasingly sophisticated consumers. Beyond basic grills and smokers, the market now included temperature controllers, wireless thermometer systems, automated rotisseries, heat diffusers, smoking chips from dozens of wood species, and endless accessories. Some innovations provided genuine improvements. Others were solutions seeking problems, appealing to gearhead tendencies, but offering marginal benefit. The pellet grill, which used compressed wood pellets as fuel and automated temperature control, represented the most significant equipment innovation of this period. Pellet grills, particularly those from Traeger, which had invented the technology in the 1980s but saw explosive growth in the 2000s, offered convenience approaching gas grills while providing real wood smoke flavor. You could set a target temperature, load the pellet hopper, and the grill would maintain temperature automatically for hours. Traditional purists initially dismissed pellet grills as cheating. Real barbecue required managing fire manually. But as the technology matured and results improved, even skeptics acknowledged pellet grills produced legitimate smoke flavor. Competition teams began using them successfully. The convenience attracted people who wanted to smoke meat but lacked time or inclination to tend fires for hours. Pellet grills represented a middle path between full traditional craft and pure convenience, and the market embraced them. Educational opportunities expanded dramatically during this period. Competition teams began offering barbecue classes, teaching techniques in intensive weekend workshops. Established pitmasters taught classes at their restaurants. BBQ camps and schools emerged, some offering certification programs. This formalized education contrasted with traditional oral transmission and apprenticeship, but made learning accessible to anyone with money and interest. Aaron Franklin's online masterclass, launched later, exemplified this trend. World-class instruction available to anyone with internet access, demonstrating techniques in high-quality video that could be watched repeatedly. This democratization of expert knowledge was unprecedented in barbecue history. Previous generations had to live near a master pitmaster and convince them to share knowledge. Now you could learn from the best, regardless of location. But something potentially valuable was lost in this transition to formal, mediated instruction. The embodied learning that came from working alongside a master, feeling the heat at different distances, smelling the subtle changes indicating different cooking stages, developing intuition through repetitive practice under guidance. This remained difficult to replicate through video instruction or weekend classes, no matter how well produced. The period also saw barbecue become a respectable topic for serious food writing. The James Beard Foundation began recognizing barbecue restaurants with awards. Food critics reviewed barbecue with the same seriousness previously reserved for fine dining. Long-form journalism about barbecue appeared in prestigious publications. This legitimization reflected and reinforced barbecue's elevated cultural status. academic interest deepened as well. Dissertations examined barbecue's cultural significance and regional variations. Food historians traced barbecue's evolution in scholarly detail. Anthropologists studied barbecue communities and competitions. This scholarship provided valuable documentation and analysis, but sometimes felt disconnected from the living practice, analyzing barbecue from outside, rather than participating in the tradition. The craft beer movement, which exploded during this period, created natural affinity with barbecue. Both emphasized traditional methods, regional character, and craft expertise. Barbecue restaurants began featuring extensive beer selections, often from local breweries. Some establishments collaborated with breweries on special releases. The pairing of barbecue and craft beer became a cultural signifier. Not just beer and barbecue, but thoughtfully chosen beer that complemented specific meats and styles. Barbecue tourism became a recognized phenomenon. Enthusiasts planned vacations around visiting famous barbecue regions, road trips through Texas, hitting renowned meat markets, pilgrimages to Memphis to taste multiple styles, Carolina trails visiting whole hog operations. This tourism brought money to traditional operations and raised their profiles. But it also sometimes created pressures to perform authenticity for visitors rather than simply serving local communities. Food trucks and pop-up operations proliferated in urban areas during this period, and barbecue proved particularly suited to the model. A smoker on a trailer, sold out quantities, limited hours. The constraints actually enhanced mystique and demand. Some of the most respected new barbecue operations started as food trucks or pop-ups before transitioning to brick-and-mortar locations. This pathway lowered barriers to entry for aspiring pitmasters without capital for full restaurant operations. By 2015, barbecue existed in a vastly different landscape than just a decade earlier. Knowledge was globally accessible online. American barbecue had spread internationally while absorbing global influences. Technology had advanced significantly. Social media shaped discovery and reputation. Education was formalized and widely available. Equipment and ingredients once available only locally could be shipped anywhere. The democratization was real. More people could participate in serious barbecue than ever before. But the globalization and innovation that enabled this participation also created new tensions. What did authenticity mean when anyone, anywhere, could replicate techniques using the same equipment and ingredients? Were regional traditions being preserved or homogenized? Did technological assistance enhance barbecue or undermine the craft knowledge that had defined it? Was Instagram famous barbecue actually the best barbecue, or just the most photogenic? These questions remained unresolved as barbecue entered its most recent phase. The next years would bring new challenges, sustainability concerns, social justice reckoning with barbecue's racial history, climate change affecting traditional practices, and continued evolution of techniques and cultures. The globalization and innovation of 2005-2015 had transformed barbecue profoundly, creating possibilities previous generations couldn't have imagined, while raising questions about what was being gained and lost in the transformation. The decade from 2015 to 2024 brought American barbecue face to face with fundamental questions about sustainability, ethics, equity, and identity that extended far beyond cooking technique. Climate change, social justice movements, changing dietary patterns, and economic pressures all converge to challenge assumptions that had previously gone unexamined. Barbecue, which had always reflected broader American culture, now found itself in the center of debates about environmental responsibility, racial justice, cultural ownership, and what tradition means in rapidly changing times. Environmental consciousness, which had been growing gradually, became impossible to ignore by the late 2010s. The carbon footprint of meat production, particularly beef, received increasing scrutiny as climate change impacts became undeniable. Studies indicated that beef production generated vastly more greenhouse gases than other protein sources. For a tradition centered on slow-cooking beef brisket over wood fires for 12 hours, these findings were uncomfortable. Wood sourcing presented its own sustainability questions. Traditional barbecue required substantial quantities of specific hardwoods: hickory, oak, mesquite, fruit woods. As demand increased, both from commercial operations and from enthusiasts, concerns emerged about sustainable harvesting. Some regions experienced depletion of preferred wood species. Climate change itself affected forest composition, making certain woods less available in traditional growing regions. Some pitmasters responded by sourcing certified sustainable wood, or by using wood waste from furniture manufacturing and other industries. Others experimented with more efficient cooking methods that required less fuel while maintaining smoke flavor. Still others argued that the quantities used for barbecue were negligible compared to industrial wood consumption, and that changing traditional methods for marginal environmental benefit was misguided. The ethics of meat consumption entered mainstream discourse during this period in ways that directly challenged barbecue culture. Documentaries exposing factory farming conditions, growing awareness of industrial agriculture's environmental impact, and increasing concern for animal welfare led more Americans to reduce or eliminate meat consumption. By 2024, significant percentages of younger Americans identified as vegetarian, vegan, or flexitarian. This created existential questions for a culinary tradition centered entirely on cooking animal flesh. Could barbecue exist without meat? Was the tradition itself sustainable in a future where meat consumption might need to decline for environmental reasons? These weren't abstract philosophical questions. They represented potential threats to barbecue's continued relevance and viability. Surprisingly, the response included genuine innovation in plant-based barbecue. Restaurants began experimenting with smoking vegetables, mushrooms, jackfruit, and commercial plant-based meat alternatives using traditional barbecue techniques. Some results were surprisingly successful. Smoked carrots developed complex flavors. Mushrooms took on meaty textures when slow cooked. Jackfruit could be pulled like pork shoulder. Traditional pitmasters divided in their responses. Some dismissed plant-based barbecue entirely. Barbecue was about meat, period, and smoking vegetables was something else entirely. Others pragmatically recognized that offering quality plant-based options might be economically necessary to attract younger customers. A few genuinely embrace the challenge, approaching plant-based barbecue as an opportunity to demonstrate that their expertise with smoke and heat could transform any ingredient. The most contentious debates centered on cultural appropriation and the recognition of barbecue's African American roots. The social justice reckoning following the 2020 protests brought renewed attention to how Black cultural contributions had been systematically undervalued, appropriated, and erased across American culture, including food traditions. Barbecue became a focal point for these discussions. The historical record was clear. Much of traditional American barbecue, particularly in the South, had been developed, refined, and preserved by African American cooks. Enslaved people had created many foundational techniques. Black pitmasters had operated many of the most respected restaurants. Yet popular understanding of barbecue often centered white practitioners. White-owned chains profited from techniques developed in Black communities, and food media had historically given disproportionate coverage to white barbecue experts. Organizations like the Southern Foodways Alliance and writers like Adrian Miller, whose book Black Smoke, 2021, documented African American contributions to barbecue, worked to correct this historical erasure. Efforts emerged to recognize and credit Black barbecue heritage explicitly. Some commentators called for white-owned barbecue businesses to acknowledge their debt to Black traditions more directly, for food media to feature Black pitmasters proportionally, and for the industry generally to confront its racial inequities. These conversations generated significant pushback and defensive reactions from some quarters. Arguments emerged that good barbecue is good barbecue, regardless of the cook's race, that emphasizing racial aspects was itself divisive. The contemporary white pitmasters had learned their craft legitimately and shouldn't be penalized for historical injustices. The debates revealed deep discomfort with examining barbecue's racial dimensions and divergent understandings of cultural ownership and credit. Related issues concerned gentrification of historic barbecue neighborhoods. In cities like Memphis, Kansas City, and Austin, traditionally Black or working-class neighborhoods that had been barbecue centers for generations experienced rapid gentrification. Property values soared, longtime residents were displaced, and neighborhoods transformed. Some historic barbecue restaurants, unable to afford rising rents or property taxes, closed or relocated. New barbecue restaurants opening in gentrified areas, often operated by young, white, college-educated chefs, sometimes appropriated the cultural cachet of displaced traditions while contributing to the economic forces that had destroyed those communities. The pattern was visible nationwide. Gentrification and barbecue's rising cultural prestige went hand in hand, with economic benefits flowing away from the communities that had preserved the traditions. Some operations tried to navigate these tensions thoughtfully, acknowledging their debt to Black barbecue traditions, hiring and training people from affected communities, and contributing to neighborhood preservation efforts. Others ignored the context entirely, treating barbecue as purely culinary technique, divorced from cultural and racial history. The gap between these approaches reflected broader American divisions about how to address historical racial injustices. Climate change affected barbecue in direct, practical ways during this period. Drought in the Southwest stressed mesquite and oak forests that supplied Texas barbecue operations. Changing precipitation patterns affected hardwood forests in the South and Midwest. Forest fires and disease altered species composition in some regions. Traditional woods that had been locally available for generations became scarcer or required sourcing from distant suppliers, changing both economics and authenticity. Some pitmasters adapted by using whatever quality hardwood was available rather than insisting on traditional species. Others committed to sourcing their region's traditional woods regardless of cost, viewing it as essential to authenticity. Still others questioned whether maintaining traditions dependent on increasingly scarce natural resources was responsible, suggesting that adaptation to changing conditions was more important than rigid adherence to specific woods. Regional distinctiveness faced pressures from multiple directions during this period. Social media created unprecedented awareness of different styles. Anyone could see photos of Texas brisket, Carolina whole hog, Memphis ribs, and Kansas City burned ends simultaneously on Instagram. Online ordering meant you could have any region's signature sauce delivered anywhere. Competition culture continued spreading techniques nationally. The economic incentives to adopt successful methods from other regions were strong, yet regional pride persisted, sometimes intensifying as people consciously defended local traditions against homogenizing forces. Regional barbecue associations worked to preserve and document local styles. States and municipalities designated official barbecue styles or passed resolutions celebrating their traditions. These efforts reflected anxiety that genuine regional differences were eroding even as they attempted to prevent that erosion. The tension between tradition and innovation remained unresolved. A pitmaster using traditional whole hog methods passed down through generations was doing something fundamentally different from a chef applying modernist techniques to smoked meat, yet both claimed the barbecue tradition. Social media debates raged about what counted as real barbecue. Was it defined by technique, by ingredients, by results, by cultural context, or by some combination? Certification programs and competitions established formal definitions out of practical necessity. You needed objective criteria for judging, but these formal definitions sometimes conflicted with traditional understanding or excluded innovations that produced excellent results. The question of who had authority to define barbecue, traditional practitioners, competition organizations, food media, academic experts, popular consensus, remained contested. Economic pressures complicated everything. The labor-intensive nature of traditional barbecue, long hours, physical work, constant attention, was increasingly difficult to sustain economically. Many operations couldn't pay workers adequately given the labor required and the prices customers would accept. Some solved this through automation and efficiency improvements, but these often meant departing from traditional methods. Others maintained tradition while accepting lower profitability, essentially subsidizing cultural preservation through reduced income. The pandemic years of 2020 and 2022 devastated many barbecue restaurants, particularly smaller operations without capital reserves. Indoor dining restrictions hit table service restaurants hard. Labor shortages affected operations dependent on experienced pit crews. Supply chain disruptions created ingredient sourcing challenges. Some famous long-time operations closed permanently, representing irreplaceable losses of traditional knowledge and community gathering places. Yet, the pandemic also demonstrated barbecue's resilience. Takeout barbecue worked well. The food traveled reasonably well and didn't require elaborate plating. Many operations survived or even thrived by pivoting to takeout models. And outdoor gatherings, which remained relatively safe during the pandemic, often centered on barbecue, showing the tradition's continued cultural importance for community connection during isolation. The most recent years saw growing interest in barbecue's complete history and cultural context rather than just technique. Museums and cultural organizations developed barbecue exhibits and programs. Oral history projects documented elder pitmasters' knowledge and experiences. Academic conferences examined barbecue from historical, cultural, and social justice perspectives. This intellectual and cultural attention represented maturation. Barbecue was being taken seriously as an important American tradition worthy of preservation and study. Equipment manufacturers continued innovating through this period, producing increasingly sophisticated smokers with integrated temperature control, app connectivity, and automation features. Pellet grills gained market share and respectability even among traditionalists. These technologies allowed more people to produce quality barbecue with less expertise and labor, continuing the democratization trend, but also potentially devaluing the craft knowledge that had defined mastery. By 2024, American barbecue existed in a state of dynamic tension between multiple forces. Environmental and ethical concerns about meat and wood consumption challenged foundational assumptions. Social justice awareness demanded acknowledgement of racial inequities in how traditions were credited and who benefited economically. Climate change was literally altering the physical resources traditional methods depended on. Technology continued making barbecue more accessible while potentially diluting craft. Economic pressures made traditional labor-intensive methods increasingly difficult to sustain, and regional traditions faced homogenization even as people worked consciously to preserve them. Yet barbecue remained enormously popular, culturally significant, and vital as a living tradition. Famous restaurants maintained months-long wait lists. Competition circuits thrived. Social media overflowed with barbecue content. New operations opened constantly. Young people continued entering the craft, some maintaining traditions, others innovating boldly. The debates about authenticity, while sometimes contentious, reflected genuine engagement rather than apathy. What had emerged clearly by 2024 was that barbecue could no longer be understood as purely culinary practice. It was inextricably connected to questions of environmental sustainability, social justice, economic equity, cultural ownership, and adaptation to changing conditions. These weren't distractions from real barbecue, but were fundamental to understanding what barbecue meant in contemporary America and what it could become going forward. The tradition that had begun with fire and meat in prehistoric Africa, that had been refined through indigenous, European, and African fusion, that had developed regional American expressions over centuries, that had been commercialized and democratized and globalized. This tradition now faced its most complex challenges. Not challenges to its existence, exactly, but challenges to understand what it should be, how it should evolve, who owned it, who benefited from it, and how it could continue sustainably and equitably into an uncertain future. The questions were difficult, the answers unclear, but the fact that people cared enough to argue about them suggested the tradition's vitality remained strong. Looking back across nearly 2 million years of cooking meat over fire, from East African hominids discovering heat transformation to contemporary debates about sustainability and cultural appropriation, certain patterns emerge with remarkable clarity. Barbecue's long history isn't simply a chronological sequence of techniques and traditions, but a recurring set of tensions, adaptations, and human needs that transcend any particular era. Understanding these patterns helps illuminate not just where barbecue has been, but what its current challenges mean and how its future might unfold. The most fundamental pattern is the universal human connection to fire and meat. Every culture in every inhabited continent developed methods for cooking meat over flames, yet each approached it differently based on environment, available resources, and cultural values. This suggests something profound. The practice emerges from basic human biology and psychology. Our evolved taste for cooked meat, our social nature that makes communal cooking meaningful, our cognitive capacity to control fire and refine technique over generations. Yet, while the impulse is universal, the expression is always particular. The Mesopotamian tanner, the Taino barbacoa, the Korean grill, the Texas offset smoker, each represents a specific cultural answer to the universal question of how to transform meat with fire. No single method is objectively best or most natural. Each emerged from particular conditions and reflects particular values. Recognizing this helps us understand that arguing about correct barbecue is ultimately arguing about which cultural tradition deserves primacy, not about some absolute technical truth. Cooking methods function as cultural identity markers with remarkable power and persistence. When German immigrants to Texas maintained their meat-smoking traditions from Europe, when African Americans in the post-Civil War South built businesses around their barbecue expertise, when Carolina communities fiercely defended their vinegar-based sauces against alternative styles, they were doing more than cooking. They were asserting identity, maintaining cultural continuity, claiming space in American culture. This identity function explains why barbecue debates become so heated. When someone dismisses your regional style or declares that gas grills can't make real barbecue, they're not just critiquing technique, they're challenging your cultural legitimacy. The stakes feel high because they are high. Food traditions are among the most accessible and persistent forms of cultural expression, often surviving long after languages are lost or other traditions fade. Defending barbecue methods means defending community identity and historical continuity. The tension between technology and tradition recurs throughout barbecue's history with predictable patterns. Each innovation, metal smokers replacing dirt pits, charcoal briquettes replacing hardwood, gas grills replacing charcoal, pellet grills offering automated temperature control, was initially dismissed by traditionalists as inferior, inauthentic, or threatening to genuine craft. Each time, pragmatists argued for efficiency, convenience, and accessibility, and each time both sides were partially right. Technology genuinely does change the practice in meaningful ways. Cooking on a gas grill is fundamentally different from smoking over hardwood coals for 12 hours. The convenience and accessibility technology provides comes at the cost of certain skills, knowledge, and flavor complexity. But technology also democratizes. It makes barbecue available to people who lack the time, expertise, or resources for fully traditional methods. The question isn't whether technology changes tradition, it always does, but whether the trade-offs are worth it, and who gets to decide. What's striking is that this pattern repeats across centuries. Medieval pitmasters probably had similar debates when mechanical spitjacks replaced human turnspits. The 1950s suburban griller faced similar trade-offs as the contemporary pellet grill user, convenience and accessibility versus traditional craft. The specifics change, but the underlying tension between preservation and innovation remains constant. Power dynamics. Who gets to claim tradition? Who profits from it? Whose contributions get recognized? Run through barbecue's entire history. Enslaved people developed much of American barbecue's foundational technique, yet didn't control its economic benefits or receive historical credit. African American pitmasters built legendary restaurants that defined regional styles, yet food media often centered white practitioners. Indigenous peoples created the barbacoa technique that gave barbecue its name, yet their contributions are often reduced to a historical footnote before the real story begins with European colonization. These patterns aren't accidents. They reflect broader American racial hierarchies and economic systems. Cultural traditions developed by marginalized communities have consistently been appropriated, commercialized, and credited to more privileged groups. The recent push to acknowledge African American barbecue heritage represents belated correction of this pattern, but resistance to that correction reveals how invested some parties are in maintaining narratives that benefit them. Understanding these power dynamics requires recognizing that barbecue never exists in isolation from social and economic contexts. A white chef who learns Carolina whole hog technique and opens a barbecue restaurant isn't simply learning cooking methods. They're accessing cultural knowledge developed in Black communities, potentially profiting from that knowledge, and operating within systems that give them advantages those original communities lacked. This doesn't mean cultural exchange should never happen, but it means that exchange has power dimensions that deserve acknowledgement. Commercialization presents a double-edged pattern visible throughout barbecue's modern history. The post-Civil War period, when freed Black pitmasters opened commercial operations, the corporate expansion of the 1950s, 70s, the chain restaurants and bottled sauces. Each wave of commercialization made barbecue more accessible, and spread it more widely, while also threatening traditional craft and potentially degrading quality. The pattern suggests commercialization is neither purely good nor purely bad, but creates genuine trade-offs. Fast food barbecue chains introduced millions to the concept, who might never have encountered traditional operations, but they also set low-quality benchmarks that some consumers accepted as adequate. Bottled sauces made barbecue flavors available anywhere, but they also homogenized and often over-sweetened those flavors. Competition culture created structure and spread knowledge, but it also potentially favored competition-optimized barbecue over everyday excellence. The key lesson seems to be that commercialization is inevitable for traditions that achieve cultural prominence, and fighting it entirely is futile. But the terms of commercialization matter enormously. Does it happen in ways that credit originators and spread economic benefits equitably? Does it maintain quality standards or race to the bottom? Does it preserve regional distinctiveness or homogenize everything? These questions can be influenced even if the broad trend toward commercialization can't be stopped. Migration and fusion emerge as consistently creative forces in barbecue's evolution. American barbecue itself resulted from indigenous, European, and African traditions, colliding in colonial America. Regional styles developed as different immigrant groups brought their knowledge to different areas. The Great Migration spread southern traditions northward, creating new hybrid forms. Contemporary fusion, Korean barbecue tacos, modernist smoking techniques, continues this pattern. This historical perspective complicates debates about authenticity and fusion. If American barbecue was always already fusion, if regional traditions developed through mixing, rather than emerging pure from a single source, then contemporary fusion experiments are continuing barbecue's actual tradition rather than violating it. The difference is that historical fusions happen slowly and locally, becoming established as traditional over generations, while contemporary fusions spread rapidly through media and migration, remaining visibly innovative rather than settling into tradition. The lesson isn't that all fusion is good or that tradition doesn't matter, but that tradition itself is dynamic rather than static. The traditional Carolina vinegar sauce was once an innovation, combining indigenous smoking with European and African influences and Caribbean-sourced vinegar. It became traditional through time and repetition, not because it sprang fully formed from some authentic origin. Understanding this helps us evaluate contemporary innovations, not by whether they're authentic in some absolute sense, but by whether they're good, whether they're respectful, and whether they acknowledge their sources. The community-building power of shared meals around fire and meat appears as a constant across barbecue's entire history. Prehistoric humans gathering around cooking fires, plantation barbecues, however complicated by power dynamics, 19th century political barbecues, church fundraisers, backyard cookouts, competition gatherings, all leverage the same human need for communal eating and celebration. The long cooking time of traditional barbecue naturally creates gathering opportunities as people wait, tend fires, and socialize. This social function may be barbecue's most important and persistent feature. Technical details about wood species or cooking temperatures matter to practitioners, but what matters culturally is that barbecue creates context for community connection. This explains why barbecue remains vital even as other traditions fade. The human need for communal gathering and celebration hasn't diminished, and barbecue continues serving that need effectively. It also suggests why rapid, industrialized barbecue substitutes feel inadequate to many people. It's not just that the meat tastes different when cooked in an industrial oven versus traditionally smoked. It's that the entire social context disappears. Fast food barbecue can't create community the way a church fundraiser barbecue or a backyard cookout does. The technique and the social function are inseparable. What authenticity means in a constantly evolving tradition emerges as one of barbecue's most persistent questions. Every era has debates about real versus fake, traditional versus corrupted, authentic versus compromised. These debates are never resolved because authenticity isn't a fixed state but a moving target. What counts as traditional changes over time as innovations become established and as practitioners age and new ones emerge. The pattern suggests that authenticity claims are often really arguments about change. They're attempts to freeze tradition at a particular moment, usually the speaker's formative experience, and declare that version definitively real. But barbecue was already changing at that supposedly authentic moment, and it was different 20 years earlier. The whole hog Carolina tradition, that seems timelessly traditional, developed over generations of evolution. The Texas brisket tradition, that seems quintessentially Texan, emerged from German and Czech influences on Mexican cattle culture. This doesn't mean authenticity is meaningless or that all claims to it are equally valid. Some approaches genuinely are more connected to historical practice than others. Some maintain craft knowledge that took generations to develop, while others are purely commercial approximations. But authenticity is better understood as a spectrum and a process rather than a binary state. The question shifts from, is this authentic? To, how does this relate to historical practice? Why is it made this way? What knowledge does it embody? And what's its relationship to the communities that developed it? These patterns and lessons don't provide simple answers to contemporary barbecue's challenges. They don't resolve whether environmental concerns should fundamentally change barbecue practices, or how to address racial inequities in cultural credit and economic benefits, or what balance to strike between technological convenience and traditional craft. But they provide context for understanding why these challenges exist and what's actually at stake in addressing them. Barbecue has always existed in tension between technology and tradition, between innovation and preservation, between accessibility and exclusivity, between cultural sharing and appropriation, between commercial viability and craft integrity. These tensions aren't problems to be solved, but conditions to be navigated. Every era has navigated them somewhat differently based on its particular circumstances, values, and pressures. What the long historical view suggests is that barbecue's strength lies in its adaptability within certain constraints. The fundamental practice, transforming meat through long exposure to low heat and smoke, has proven remarkably persistent across vast changes in technology, culture, and society. But the specific methods, social contexts, and meanings have continuously evolved. Barbecue survives not by remaining frozen, but by adapting while maintaining core identity. The tradition has survived transitions from dirt pits to metal smokers, from purely local to global, from oral transmission to media coverage, from folk practice to competitive sport. It has weathered commercialization, technological innovation, social upheaval, and economic transformation. This suggests resilience, not fragility requiring protection from all change, but robust adaptability that can navigate challenges while maintaining essential character. As barbecue faces its current challenges and moves toward its future, these historical lessons matter. They suggest that apocalyptic claims about barbecue's death are probably overstated. The tradition has survived greater disruptions, but they also suggest that how barbecue evolves matters enormously. Whether it does so in ways that preserve craft knowledge, acknowledge all contributors, spread benefits equitably, operate sustainably, and maintain meaningful connection to cultural roots. The patterns, visible across barbecue's long history, reveal something ultimately hopeful. Humans have been cooking meat over fire for nearly 2 million years, developing that simple act into traditions of enormous cultural significance, adapting continuously while maintaining essential continuity. That pattern will almost certainly continue. The question is, what shape it takes, who participates, who benefits, and whether contemporary practitioners can navigate current challenges with the wisdom, creativity, and respect for tradition that previous generations demonstrated in navigating theirs. We've traveled a remarkable distance together tonight. From East Africa, 1.8 million years ago, where early hominids first learned to control fire and discovered that heat transformed meat into something better. We've traced barbecue's evolution through ancient civilizations, developing their distinctive techniques, through the collision of indigenous, European, and African traditions in colonial America, through regional styles crystallizing and spreading, through commercialization and suburban revolution, through crisis and renaissance, to arrive at our present moment, complex, contested, and still evolving. The core transformation we've witnessed is profound. What began as a survival technique, a way to make meat more digestible, more nutritious, safer to eat, became over millennia a marker of cultural identity, a means of community building, a craft requiring expertise and dedication, and ultimately something people are willing to defend passionately in debates about authenticity and tradition. Fire and meat, which once simply meant survival, now mean heritage, identity, and connection to something larger than ourselves. This transformation didn't happen suddenly or uniformly. It accumulated across countless generations, through millions of cooking fires, through knowledge passed from experienced practitioners to learners, through adaptation to local conditions and cultural values. The Taino people who perfected barbacoa didn't know they were creating something that would spread globally and give its name to an entire category of cooking. The enslaved African Americans who refined whole hog techniques in the South couldn't have imagined their expertise would one day be celebrated internationally while also remaining incompletely credited. Each generation worked with what they inherited and adapted it to their circumstances, unaware they were creating history. What's striking from our historical perspective is how much has changed and how much has remained constant. The fundamentals, meat, fire, smoke, time, are identical to what early humans practiced. The transformation that occurs when muscle tissue is exposed to low heat and aromatic smoke for hours operates on the same chemistry now as it did millennia ago. The appeal of communal gathering around cooking meat remains as powerful today as it was for our ancient ancestors. Yet everything else has evolved. The equipment ranges from smartphone-controlled pellet grills to traditional dirt pits. The knowledge transmission includes YouTube tutorials, competition classes, and oral tradition from master pitmasters. The meat comes from industrial agriculture or heritage breed farms, or, increasingly, from plants engineered to approximate animal tissue. The woods might be locally sourced hardwoods or specialty species shipped across continents. The social contexts span from Instagram, documented restaurant meals, to neighborhood cookouts, to competitive events with judges and prizes. The tensions between preservation and innovation that have run through barbecue's recent history show no signs of resolving. They're productive tensions in many ways. They keep the tradition dynamic and force ongoing examination of what matters and why. But they're also exhausting, creating endless debates about what counts as real, who's doing it right, and whether any particular evolution represents progress or decline. The next generation of pitmasters faces challenges perhaps more complex than any previous generation encountered. They must navigate environmental concerns about meat consumption and wood burning while maintaining practices that are inherently resource-intensive. They must address historical injustices around credit and economic benefit while operating within systems that still advantage certain groups over others. They must preserve regional traditions in an era of global information sharing and supply chains that make regional distinctiveness harder to maintain. They must run viable businesses while honoring labor-intensive craft that resists shortcuts and efficiency pressures. But this generation also has unprecedented advantages. They have access to all of history's accumulated knowledge, documented and searchable. They have equipment that makes consistent quality more achievable than ever before. They have audiences genuinely interested in tradition and willing to pay for quality. They have platforms to build reputation and business beyond geographic limitations. And they have models of success, operations that have maintained traditional methods while adapting to contemporary realities. Technology will continue advancing in ways that challenge traditional definitions of craft. Pellet grills already automate much of what previously required constant attention and skill. Temperature controllers can maintain precise heat for hours without intervention. Apps can alert cooks to temperature changes from anywhere. Future innovations might include AI systems that adjust cooking parameters based on real-time meat analysis, or molecular techniques that achieve smoke flavor without combustion, or cultured meat that requires rethinking everything about barbecue's material basis. Each innovation will face the same question. Does it enhance barbecue or undermine what makes it meaningful? The answer likely depends on context and values. For someone whose goal is reliably producing quality smoked meat with minimal time investment, automation is unambiguous improvement. For someone who values the craft knowledge and constant attention traditional barbecue requires, automation removes what makes the practice worthwhile. Both perspectives are valid, and barbecue is probably large enough to accommodate both approaches. Climate adaptation will become increasingly necessary and urgent. Traditional wood species may become scarcer or unavailable in certain regions. Drought and temperature changes will affect forests that supply barbecue woods. Rising temperatures might make traditional long smoking sessions dangerously hot for workers. These aren't hypothetical futures. They're already occurring, and pitmasters are already adapting. Some adaptation paths seem clear: more efficient equipment that achieves similar results with less fuel. Alternative wood sources, including sustainably harvested materials and furniture industry waste. Techniques that reduce cooking times while maintaining quality. Greater willingness to use whatever quality hardwood is locally available, rather than insisting on specific traditional species. These practical adaptations can preserve essential character while acknowledging changed circumstances. More fundamental questions about meat consumption itself remain unresolved. If environmental and ethical concerns lead to significantly reduced meat consumption in coming decades, and evidence suggests this is likely, what does barbecue become? The innovations in plant-based smoking suggest one possibility: barbecue defined more by technique and smoke than by animal flesh specifically. This would be a radical redefinition, but barbecue has survived radical redefinitions before. Alternatively, barbecue might become more occasional and precious rather than everyday, with meat's relative scarcity or expense making. Smoked meat a special treat rather than a casual meal. This actually returns barbecue toward its historical role as celebration food, made for important gatherings rather than routine consumption. There's precedent for this. Whole hog barbecues were never everyday affairs, but marked special occasions. Barbecue's role in American cultural conversation seems likely to remain significant. The debates about authenticity, tradition, and identity that barbecue generates connect to broader American conversations about cultural ownership, historical acknowledgement, and balancing preservation with progress. Barbecue serves as a relatively accessible entry point for discussing these larger issues. Most people have some relationship to outdoor cooking and can engage with barbecue debates even if they can't engage with academic discussions of cultural theory. This cultural significance means barbecue will continue receiving attention from media, scholars, and commercial interests. That attention is double-edged. It preserves traditions through documentation and creates economic opportunities, but it also commodifies and potentially distorts traditions, turning living practices into content or tourist attractions. Navigating this attention while maintaining integrity will challenge the next generation of practitioners. Yet for all the complexity, commercialization, and cultural significance, barbecue's most important function remains the simplest: bringing people together around food. The backyard cookout with family and neighbors, the church fundraiser that feeds the community, the restaurant that serves as a neighborhood gathering place. These human-scale instances of barbecue probably matter more than competition championships or media coverage or academic analysis. This is where barbecue returns to its roots. Those earliest humans gathering around fires weren't thinking about authenticity or regional styles or cultural significance. They were sharing food, creating social bonds, participating in something larger than individual survival. Contemporary barbecue, at its best, does the same. A family that cooks ribs on a pellet grill in their suburban backyard, inviting neighbors over to share the meal, is participating in essentially the same practice as their ancestors who cooked whole hogs in pits, even if the specifics differ enormously. The enduring appeal of fire, smoke, and time points to something fundamental about human nature and needs. We're drawn to fire, to its light, warmth, transformative power. We respond to smoke's aromatic complexity in ways that suggest deep evolutionary history. And we're learning to value time, patience, and processes that can't be rushed. Qualities that barbecue embodies and that feel increasingly precious in an accelerated world. Traditional low and slow barbecue takes 12, 16, 20 hours. You can't meaningfully speed it up without fundamentally changing what you're making. This resistance to acceleration is part of barbecue's appeal in the 21st century. Everything else can be optimized, accelerated, made more efficient. Barbecue insists on time. It requires patience. It forces a different relationship to duration and process. This countercultural quality gives it meaning beyond mere eating. Looking forward, barbecue will almost certainly continue evolving. New techniques will emerge, some building on tradition and others breaking from it. Equipment will advance in sophistication. Social and environmental contexts will shift in ways we can't fully predict. Regional traditions will be preserved by some practitioners, hybridized by others, and perhaps lost entirely in some cases. The debates about authenticity and evolution will continue, sometimes productively, sometimes less so. But the fundamental practice, transforming meat through smoke and time, gathering around food, creating community through shared meals, will persist because it serves enduring human needs. We'll still want to gather with others. We'll still find satisfaction in the smell of cooking meat and wood smoke. We'll still value the expertise of those who've mastered the craft. We'll still argue about the right way to do things, because those arguments reflect deeper concerns about identity, tradition, and values. The wisdom to carry forward from barbecue's long history is that the tradition survives through adaptation, not rigidity. Every attempt to freeze barbecue at some supposedly perfect traditional moment has failed, because living traditions evolve, or they die. What has persisted is willingness to maintain core principles: smoke, time, community, while adapting methods to changing circumstances. The enslaved people who combined African indigenous, and European knowledge into American barbecue were adapting. The pitmasters who adopted metal smokers instead of dirt pits were adapting. Contemporary practitioners developing sustainable techniques are adapting. This is how traditions survive. The challenge is distinguishing adaptation that preserves essential character from change that abandons it entirely. There's no formula for this. It requires judgment, experience, and genuine understanding of what makes barbecue meaningful. It requires respecting the knowledge of previous generations while acknowledging that circumstances have changed. It requires humility about whether the adaptations we make today will seem wise or foolish to future practitioners looking back. What seems certain is that humans will continue cooking meat over fire, will continue valuing the community created around shared meals, and will continue arguing about the right way to do it. These are constants we can count on. The specifics will change. They always have. They always will. But the essential practice that began nearly 2 million years ago in East Africa will continue, in forms recognizable and yet transformed, honoring ancient roots while growing toward the futures we can't yet fully imagine. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps consider that the next time you smell wood smoke and cooking meat, whether at a neighborhood cookout, a famous restaurant, or just walking past someone's backyard, you're experiencing something that connects you to the entire span of human history, from those first controlled fires to contemporary pellet grills, from whole mammoths to pulled pork sandwiches, from prehistoric bands to Instagram-famous restaurants. The thread remains unbroken. That's what barbecue means, ultimately. Connection across time, across cultures, across all the changes history brings, through the simple, profound, enduring act of gathering around fire to share food. The story continues. Your role in it, should you choose to participate, joins you to something larger and older than you can fully grasp. And that's exactly as it should be. Good traditions are like that. They existed before you arrived. They'll persist after you're gone. And your moment of participation connects you to everyone who came before and everyone who'll come after. That connection, that continuity, that sense of being part of something enduring, that might be barbecue's greatest gift. Sleep well, and when you wake, the fires will still be burning somewhere, as they have for nearly 2 million years, as they will for the foreseeable future. The smoke still rises, the meat still transforms, and people still gather, still share, still argue about the right way to do things, still create community around the ancient practice of cooking meat over fire. That's barbecue's real story. Not just what happened in the past, but what continues happening right now, wherever smoke and fire and time and meat and people come together, always evolving, always recognizable, always somehow coming home.